We are live.
Yep. Okay, everybody, thank you for coming. I'd like to thank everybody who's joining us today via Zoom to listen to the Capital Region Creative Corps panel meeting. Today, we're going to be reviewing both the large and the mid-sized grant applications. All guests today here are in listen mode only, and you'll not have the opportunity to comment on the grants or answer any questions at this time. So a couple of things to note. I just want you to know that all of the applications have been read and reviewed by a peer panel with expertise in one of the focus areas and represent either the focus field or an artistic discipline, or sometimes both. It's important to note that staff does not review or score these applications, only the panelists do. We're going to be going through the applications very quickly today. And for some applications, there's going to be more public discussion than for others. Please note that this is not a reflection on any application. It just may be that there's agreement among the panelists and there's nothing extra specific to add. So don't think that that's a reflection on your application. And also know that every application has been thoroughly reviewed and scored by the entire panel before this meeting. So again, we're going to go through quick today, but notice that they've all spent a lot of time reading your applications and scoring them. That panelists also can make adjustments to their scores at this meeting, and the final scores will be compiled at the end of the day with recommendations for funding. In addition to scores, final recommendations will also take into account the location of the work in order to ensure that projects take place in all of our 5 counties, which include our rural areas as mandated by the California Arts Council. We'll be going through the applications in numerical order today. So please have your grant number on hand so that you'll know where you're going to be in the process and when your grant, if you're an applicant, is about to come up. If you can't attend the whole meeting today, that's okay. We'll be posting these sessions within the next few days on the Sacramento Office of Arts and Culture YouTube channel, and we will send all applicants the link to that. And we won't be announcing the recommendations today. They have to go first to the Sacramento Arts and Creative Economy Commission for their final recommendation on June 12th. And any recommendation for a $300,000 grant, that'll also need to go to City Council. So that recommendation won't be public until the City Council meeting, which is going to be sometime in late July. So those grants will take a little bit longer to process and to be finalized. That's when they'll all be publicly announced. So I think those are our basic ground rules. If we're ready to begin, we're going to start with our first application. Again, we're starting with our large grants, the $300,000 grants. And I think our first application is NorCal, and it's going to be Shiloh.
Thank you, Melissa. Good morning, everyone. We'll dive right in on the NorCal School of Arts. We'll refer to them here as NorCal. So they are a nonprofit organization providing holistic, individualized, and professional theater arts training programs, mainly focused on serving young artists from diverse communities. Really appreciated about this grant opportunity is in addition to teaching more theoretical movement, they also do some intentional integration of social and emotional learning. So that requires students to really learn and be empowered to embrace social emotional learning strategies and advocacy as part of their learning, all toward creating a more positive mindset toward themselves and communities. So there, as you see on the screen here, NorCal is going to be collaborating with RWA, which is the Regional Water Authority. It's a joint powers authority, which represents a couple of dozen, I think, water providers in the greater Sacramento, Placer, El Dorado, Nevada, and Yolo counties. They're seeking to collaborate with RWA to create a campaign empowering children and families to conserve water. And then we'll also provide a regional media outreach campaign in conjunction with Earth Day. So the community engagement piece is strong. So they're talking about visits with their artists to 400 community gathering spaces. They'll do 2 visits per venue. In addition to teaching the children about water conservation through theater arts. They also have take-home materials so that the learning doesn't stop just with the children on site, but also as a follow-up learning opportunities with families. And then the culmination of the program will be the regional media campaign for Earth Day in 2024. Will be inclusive of radio PSAs, 30-second television PSA, utilizing RWA connection to media outlets on regional television, radio stations, and placements in other free media outlets. They have, I'll just add before I open it up to the rest of the group here, saw strong community engagement in the 400 community gathering places. Also, you know, just also appreciated the connection to families, that the teaching doesn't stop with children, that it extends into families, and really an opportunity for the children to be the teachers, right, and empowers them to deliver and elevate these opportunities to the families throughout the region. So I'll pause there and just open up for additional comments from the panel.
Thank you. NJ, anything you want to add?
Yes, so I want to mention that I think because they proposed to visit about 400 venues, and I thought that was very ambitious as a goal, but also looking at the existing ties that they already have with the community and the history, you know, in serving their community. I also strongly believe that they have what it takes, and they actually can reach that goal. I also make mention of the fact that the cross sector collaboration is very strong, bridging art and water conservation organization that really focuses on that. The one suggestion that I will do is that they make sure to get the community's input when it comes to some of the needs. So it is great that they will focus on water conservation, because our region as a whole has been every year dealing with a severe extreme drought. So definitely that is an educational resource and activity that is needed. But the reason why we encourage Studies Ground to also consult the community before rolling out the deliverables is so that we make sure that what is being delivered and offered addresses some of the, I want to say, essential needs. So I want to be more specific here. On some of the questions I had were, you know, are there resources either from that particular cross-sector partner or another focusing on water that the community will have access to when you do the exhibits and, you know, you perform and everything. So an example I gave was water filter, because I didn't have a specific data when it comes to the quality of water, but from the work that I've done in the past, when it comes to communities in quarter one, the first quarter, water quality has been an issue. So I was wondering if that's the case there, making sure that maybe they are aware of resources that they can share and so on. So that's the, you know, focus group, making sure that that question is asked is something I will you know, encourage them to do. I also want to upload one thing, because it's not systematic that every organization does that and or is able to. They mention you know, using part of the stipends to pay the focus group participants. And again, it's it's an equity practice that I want to upload, and it's taking into consideration that the people whose input is needed also might be financially strained or stretched. So I thought that was really considerate.
Thank you. Does anybody else have something they want to add?
Hi, Mallory, go for it. I'll just add briefly, I wanted to echo the comments that were said by our other two panelists. I appreciated the clarity and specificity for the cross-sector partner and the involvement of high priority populations and students and their families. Building on NJ's comment, I did also see that it looked like students and their families were involved towards the end of the process and the outcomes. And I just want to emphasize all of her great points, ensuring that there's attention to how students and youth and at-risk populations are involved throughout.
Thank you. Any final comments?
I'll share. I was similar to the other panelists, very excited about this application. I thought they understood their partnerships well, which that's a pretty hard thing to get right. And I think they really nailed. I had one area where I had a question mark or a yellow light, as I like to, which I'm going to go off the video so you can hear me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which was in the budget. I was curious why director of photography and editor, the budget was significantly higher than what like any single artist, the artist budget was lower, I think, compared to that.
Mm-hmm.
And I find, I mean, I really just think for this body of funding, we should really be prioritizing artists and fair pay to artists. And while I do believe that directors of photography and editors are, you know, there's within the Venn diagram, there's a lot of creative artistic practice. I really would have wanted them to consider a little bit more about balancing that budget between the artists that are doing the performance and workshops and trainings, and then the DP and editor pay.
Thank you. Those were all great points. Thank you very much. Okay, then everybody just go in and finalize your scores, and then we'll get ready to move on to the next one. And the next application is the Race and Gender Equity Project. The focus area was social justice, and it's a Sacramento-based organization. And I think, Jason, you're going to introduce.
Great, thanks so much. So this is Grant 005, county being served, Sacramento. It is a media outreach and engagement campaign planning to utilize social media, live events, and community outreach programs incorporating music, performing arts, visual arts, storytelling, and other creative expressions to increase mental health awareness and to reduce stigma. I found that overall this was a strong application. Let me rewind and go to my comments. In a couple of categories with some areas for potential improvement. The work is clearly rooted in marginalized communities. I do appreciate the identification of Two-Spirit program participants. It was there was some unclear evidence of experience or success in utilizing their designated collective impact model. Even evidence from past programmatic impact would have strengthened the application. I do appreciate the specificity and the rationale for the identification of their target audience. There was somewhat of an unclear distinction between program participants and artistic leadership versus community engagement and integration into their program design. I think they may have been unclear if multidisciplinary was misconstrued to mean cross-sector. So there was a little bit of lack of clarity among their cross-sector partner identification. They had a thorough, so I would have liked to have seen a more thorough breakdown of their outreach plan. It does include, for example, things like a billboard campaign. I would have liked to have known, prior experience or history executing such a campaign, given the dollar amount tied to their budget. In general, a common comment that I would have with all applications is additional information regarding their accessibility efforts in their program design. I would have liked additional information around arts components with regards to the Rage Heal Fellowship and the Sisterhood Arts Campaign exhibit. They do make a strong and clear case for community need. The project budget does appear to exceed the organizational budget for their prior fiscal year by quite a large margin. That said, they do evidence a strong ability to secure external revenue sources, and especially specific to the proposed project. They do identify cross-sector experience. However, framing it as various entities, I think, leaves a little bit of room. They could have added more specificity in that area. I really appreciated this organization's connection to their identified target community. However, the potential impact was a little bit difficult to discern, given some lack in the overall program design. For example, some of the fellows are noted as having arts-related businesses. I would have liked to have known if there will be an increased focus on arts businesses engaged in this program. I would have liked additional information around arts components with regards to their fellowship program. Lastly, no, I think that is about it. That is about it.
Okay. Rachel, you want to add anything?
Yeah, that was a good job, Jason. Very thorough. Pretty much very similar comments regarding the project plan. I just wish I would have seen more details in some of the sections to really flesh out the strategy for the project. The only other comment that I will make is, they did definitely describe their cross-sector partnerships and their role in the design and implementation, but the application would have been more strengthened for me if they had really demonstrated the relevance of the project's priority focus to the targeted audience's need, as well as really fleshing out their outreach plan to engage with community members. One thing I noticed in a lot of applications, including this, is maybe not understanding what is the need for the audience or for the communities they're serving first, rather than having the idea first and then going to the community. So I think maybe just a little bit more thought and tying in what those community needs were, and then developing the project plan according to would have strengthened the application just a little bit more.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything they want to add to those comments?
Unless someone does have something to add, briefly, I wanted to jump back and interject. I wasn't sure if this may be a policy issue or question with regards to equipment purchases, which we have seen. There, I think, was an indication, a desire to purchase laptop. We see things like this in other applications. Not sure if that's allowed in this grant program, or if there's a financial or monetary threshold attached to said equipment purchases.
Yeah, that's a really good question. For this grant, there is not a specific, prohibition to purchasing things, but something to keep in mind, and I'm not sure that I emphasized it with the panel, is that 70% of the grant
Yes.
needs to go to artist fees, and we're going to be really
Obvious.
strict on that. So that's the good bulk of the grant. But obviously there's infrastructure that needs to be built in. We would look really pretty hard at any kind of equipment purchases, particularly if they're a large percentage of the extra funds. And we would have the ability to work with an applicant if there are sort of subtle things in their budget that we're a little bit concerned about. We would just, really clarify that with them and make sure that if they were funded, that they were really like sticking to what they said they were going to use the funds for. So it's a good comment. If it really, it could affect your score, but know that if it's anything that sort of crosses the line, we can work with them later on to kind of make those adjustments to their budgets.
Okay, and then another quick question regarding maybe perhaps Diana might have an answer in this regard. Folks may have noticed, and staff may already realize this, but I think this particular applicant identified as a nonprofit arts and culture organization. I'm not sure if that is conditionally, if the subsequent question is conditionally dependent on that designation, because they do indicate they're a nonprofit arts and culture organization, but indicated not applicable to the narrative question regarding cross-sector partners. It's, as we saw.
And sort of policy, if they did not put an answer in that category, or they put it was non-applicable, then they would not be considered necessarily the artistic partner, which would mean that who is the artistic partner. So yes, all of those things are something for you to consider when you're scoring these applications. I mean, there should just be some clarity about that. And Jay, you had a comment?
Yes, and I'll be as brief as I can. So I want to bring a little bit of fun in here, and I'm commending them for the acronyms. I think that, with RAGE and Be Mad and Heal, which all mean something that is very relevant to the issues that they're tackling on. I thought that was pretty that was sweet. And it's sending a message, but there is also an element of fun in there. Also, something that stood out for me, so they're focusing especially on the Black youth in the Sacramento area, but the way they designed the program, I do want to commend them for designing the program in a way that empowers the youth. So they tried to make it so that the youth is being trained in the process as in their roles as facilitators on various platforms. The reason that matters to me, it's because it's not something that I often see in many programs, usually cater to the youth. They're going to learn, to create art, or they will be receiving information that they can take home and use in their lives. But I thought this program is very hands-on. And because, again, they're training, empowering the youth in a position of leadership, I am seeing that has a potential to then have that youth teach what they know to the others. So my point is that there is a continuity over time here in the knowledge that is being transmitted, in addition to the immediate service that they provide. And then the very quick feedback, I encourage them as something in the future in the activities to consider adding financial literacy to what they're teaching, because they focused very much on life skills. And this is also something from my experience that the youth, especially in very challenged areas, something that they can use. And then also very quickly, if they haven't already, because I didn't see that in the application, in terms of, again, Black youth, I encourage them to reach out to the African Marketplace on Florine Road. Fortune School is a charter school that caters to Black students, and they have about 10 schools, and they're based in Sacramento. And then there is a Black organization, Wazobia Arts, the leader is teaching the youth, among other things, how to make drums from scratch. And there's, also some life lessons incorporated there. So if in the future they're looking for additional partners on the activities they offer, or to further their reach, that's what I will encourage them to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna move us along unless there's some real pressing comment. I also want to try to keep us on track as much as possible, but I also want to incorporate comments that y'all feel like add to or may differ with what you've heard. So if there's nothing, I would ask you to finalize your scores for this one. Then we're going to be moving on to number 6, Center for Land-Based Learning. It's also a climate-focused application, and this is Yolo County. And the lead reader is Kimberly to
Hi there.
introduce.
So their project is a media campaign entitled Farming for Our Future, Sharing Solutions to Climate Change from the Fields. The project is built around a series of high-end videos that will showcase water conservation, sustainable water use, and climate mitigation practices and philosophies being undertaken by rural landowners in Yolo County. And so that is the region they are serving. General notes on the project is that, it has clear, timeline and methods. It brings public education related to sustainability in rural environments. But I think on this one, just want to highlight that the artists that are focused and that are going to be funded on this project are the video production team, the director, photographer, whatnot. So less of a co-design with the community and more focus on funding this production team that will focus on this really kind of public awareness related to water conservation. And the organization is a non-arts nonprofit, which is fine, but want to note that they do not have a long history of arts working or collaborating with arts organizations, at least that was what I've read in the application. So from this, I kind of want to understand kind of how they're working with the community to have great project partners listed on this. But again, in terms of the funding of the artists themselves, on the team is really focused on this video production team. So I invite, Jennifer, if you have any more additional comments on this.
Thank you, Kimberly. I share a lot of your similar perspective. I think it was appreciated a clear, actionable approach to a campaign. The team was identified. I appreciated as well that Center for Land-Based Learning would be integrating experience of farmers. I think where I also had questions, as Kimberly raised, was the involvement, community-derived direction that brought them to this point and how to involve them. I did appreciate the use of a steering committee. Would have also liked to have maybe read in the application more details about how, apologies for the background noise, about how the the steering committee maybe had more diverse perspectives or community members as well to help advise.
Thank you. Anybody else have any additional comments they want to add on this application?
If I may jump in very briefly, make sure I don't go over. So I also thought that the application was very well written and easy to follow along. To the applicant, I encourage them, because I wasn't really clear on the application, language, accessibility, given that the region they're covering is primarily agricultural, rural, lots of farm workers speak Spanish as a first language and migrant workers. So I'm hoping that the videos will be bilingual, Spanish and English at the very least. And then a question that arose, again, not just for this application, but many others that have a video component, it's, when the visual arts and when there is a more technical element that is included, because again, of videographer, editing and all that goes in it. So that's on the side. And then last but not least, just want to, another thing that's true, that there's centering a voice that we don't often hear, which is the farmer's voice and voice. And as someone who collaborates with local government at the city and county level, I want to tell my fellow panelists that local governments actually struggle to get farmers' input, in big part because their work is such that it's hard for them to attend to surveys and focus groups and so on, because they have to work when the nature allows them to. So in that sense, that program will be also delivering a valuable service. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any comments? Rachel?
Yeah, just a really quick one. I did want to commend this project proposal for the identification of the partner that they chose. They clearly enlisted support from an organization that has been in the community and the audience they're reaching for over a decade. And so a community-based organization like this, even though it's not an arts, has built a lot of trust and has been able to be a reliable source of information and to be able to engage with the community. And so I do really appreciate the thoughtfulness of the cross-sector partnership, because a project like this, they will get immediate buy-in from the community and a lot more engagement, rather than creating the project and then going to the community for the needs. So I did want to commend the application for that purpose.
Thank you. Mallory?
I was also impressed with the partnerships. I just wanted to share some thoughts about the video content themselves. I believe it was 18 5-minute videos proposed. And I was kind of wondering, from a communication strategy point, why 18 5-minute videos? Why not a longer one? Why are we doing so many short ones? I think generally people's attention spans work well with shorter videos. So that is interesting, but I wanted to know more about why for the videos. In some places, I got the impression that the videos were for fellow farmers about, climate and farming issues. And then in some areas, I thought it was for the larger community, and it might have been for both, but I wasn't clear on that. So to me, it was a little hard to assess the impact that the project might have if I didn't really know where the videos were going. That was my impression.
Okay, great. There are no other comments. Please finalize your scores. Update. And we are going to move on to applicant number 8, the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. The focus area is social justice, and this is El Dorado County. And Mallory, feel free if you really are, if you're struggling with your Wi-Fi, you can go off camera. You're going to introduce.
Okay, I will be off camera. So this application was led by the mission of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. And they are proposing to partner with 3 different arts and culture organizations: Concept Art and Movement, Grand Basin Native Artists, and Arts and Culture El Dorado. And this was proposed for El Dorado and Alpine counties. And their project is a water wellness program, which the name of it, I'm not going to pronounce because I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's a water wellness program, a water wellness campaign. And they proposed to bring together youth, emerging, and experienced tribal artists. They would be supported to participate in 2 community art shows and a fall juried exhibition. There would also be a series of workshops, trainings, and fellowships. They would be producing an activity book about water wellness, posters, billboards, and a social media campaign. They would also be working with the collaborating artists to lead trainings and a community art workshop. So a wide variety of activities. Some of my high-level thoughts on this is that I thought that the case that they made about why this issue is important to the community was was interesting. They kind of talked about the fact that quantifiable data about this need was harder to come by. So they cited kind of more qualitative information, but they really did, I think, a rigorous job of answering that question, which to me is sort of designing a project backward, right? Is there a demand for this? And then should we create it because there's a demand? I thought the partnerships were all very clear, very clearly laid out, and looked like a cross-sector project to me. The proposing body being the Miwok Indian tribe, and then the partners being 3 different arts organizations that have different community relationships and could bring community in through different avenues. I also was impressed with the artists that they listed and the key artist biographies. They all seemed like very talented artists. There was a lot of information about them. I could really get a look and feel for what the artists do. And I think from if we're wanting to really invest in artists, I feel really confident about the artists that they listed. I think in some applications, some other applications, they noted like a high quantity of artists, but didn't really give me a sense of how great the artists are. And I really, I felt convinced in this application that the investments were really going to be valuable. I also thought that the budget matched the proposal. They proposed a lot of different activities in the written component. And then I was happy to see that the budget really did have that level of detail and that level of rigor as well. And then I will invite in the second.
Shiloh, anything you want to add?
Sure. Melanie, that was a fantastic summary. I'll just echo just in terms of who recognized and really appreciated the quality of artists that were brought into this project, and really the opportunity to center tribal experience and voices into the design of this program. I thought that, even not to simplify, but like even as simple as the activity book, and having those tools to engage community. Also appreciated that they had cross-sector partnerships that were really strong. Just a really thoughtful, centered approach on this application.
Thank you. Does anybody want to add anything to those comments? NJ.
Thank you. I'll be brief as well. So Sam, it's an application that really got me excited. I admire the strong tribal identity coming through. So, because also it's the primary population that they're serving. It wasn't clear enough when it comes to accessibility, thinking of community members who have a disability, how they will be accommodated, because many of the activities are required to be in person and to be able to have access to those locations. And then the cross-sector portion is strong and of course well-defined. But it's also mainly rooted in the cultural world, and primarily that organization also has a good and strong history of offering art-related services. So I would just encourage them to also reach out to water organization expert, and I put a link in my review because there are 2 or 3 water organizations that center tribal rights. And so I thought that could be a good fit. And that's the main feedback here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add anything?
If I could add, I really appreciated the intergenerational component, although I would have liked just a bit more information on what that might look like. And then noting that while a strong operational staff, their bios and their experience, I was noting that a trial balance was included, as opposed to what we might traditionally see as a statement of financial position or a statement of activity. They're kind of externally prepared accounting document. Given they're a government entity and they are their own, perhaps that's something that can be overlooked. But when there are different types of financial instruments, it can be a little bit difficult to gauge how to adjudicate it. That might be another policy question as well. So a trial balance was provided, more or less a kind of a statement of accounts, as opposed to a standard statement of activities, statement of financial position.
And Jay, did you have another comment?
Yeah, just brief again, just in case there are outsiders who attend their events. I don't know if this will be appropriate, so of course it's for them to decide, but if there is a component, given that they're catering primarily to the community, but for outsiders, just a snippet on allyship best practices in supporting and elevating the work they do, I think could be helpful. Again, if there are people in the area that are not part of the nations, but who are also there, so they will need a guidance in order to be culturally sensitive and elevate and just support the work.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, if you could finalize your scores on this application and submit, we are going to move into application number 9, Studio T Arts and Entertainment, focuses social justice, and it's a Sacramento-based organization, and NJ is going to introduce this one.
Okay, well, thank you. So that, as you mentioned, that's an organization that is based in Sacramento and that caters primarily to the youth, again, helping with empowering and providing life skills. So their core focus is social justice and community engagement. Something that stood out is beside the longevity, they've been in activity since 2005. They basically cater to over close to 200,000 students, and this is due to the partnerships that they have with school districts and additional organizations that are youth centers. And let's see, when it comes to the project, so they would like to, they're focusing, it's one of the organizations, if not, I don't know if I've seen all of the applications, but one thing that's really stood out is that it's one of the very few, if not the only one, that has a project that directly addresses COVID. And as we know, even though we have more relaxed guidelines now when it comes to that, we're still dealing with the pandemic and so on. So it really stood out to me that they were addressing that there is still a danger. And this is very relevant to the community that they're serving, because we've seen the data over the past 3 years. And the community in that area is vulnerable, very vulnerable when it comes to that. So they are proposing to have 16 pop-ups. There is youth training, creative services offered to the youth, like, learning video production, photography, graphic design, and then there will be an event production that will be both virtual and live and with social engagement. So very briefly, again, I'm looking at my notes here. They have a social media reach that is noticeable. It's just something I'm paying attention in terms of outreach and how that's going to work. I thought that the timeline of event was lacking when it comes to community input, and I encourage them to really seek that from the very beginning. Because it's also part of the grant requirement. The project is very focused on COVID, which is great. And then piece of information that I was missing when it comes to the pop-ups, is there going to be free test kits and masks and hand sanitizers as giveaway, just as an example. And also when it comes to cross-sector partner, I was thinking if they're able to provide items such as that, but again, it has to be backed up by community input. Is this something that they will want access to? The cross-sector partner is an entity that could provide that. Something to notice in the budget sheet, at some point, I think they had two sheets. So in one, artists were listed as being paid $35 an hour. And then at some point there is a jump to 100. So I'm not saying that is not fair, but I didn't see in the application a bit of a reasoning behind that transition. And another thing also that stood out is the fact that they specifically cater or include the deaf community as well in the offerings. And I thought that was, it's something that I want to highlight as you know, something that's very good. And I'm going to stop here and ask Jason, you know, to please add to what I shared. Thank you. You're muted.
Thank you so much. This proposal really felt like they were offering wraparound kind of support services really tailored to each of the program participants. I wanted to know a little bit more about how exactly the youth will engage with the small businesses. I did note and appreciated the past program experience with the deaf community and ESL program participants. Just wanted a little bit more information on how that might manifest, for example, with film projects. Anytime there's a film project, that's just a natural question for me. If there are closed captioning plans in the budget, what have you. I also wanted to know a little bit more about their past program achievements with their planned podcast platform. I like that as a programmatic element, but I just wanted a little bit more information on their history of success. I was just a bit unclear how the program might be co-designed by the community or driven on the front end by community input and engagement. But again, it felt like this organization is really close to their target population, so it wasn't that strong of a concern. Strong staff bios and description of relevant experiences to the program design. I do want to know when I see applications where the budget may involve multiple disciplines, film being one, and say another visual art medium or what have you. I don't necessarily see it as a red flag where there are perhaps higher costs due to the specialized field of video editing, because I know that that it is perhaps a more unique field. Not that it is more specialized in that multimedia discipline. So post-production work and any kind of video or photo documentation is it's not that strong of a concern for me.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to make a little comment. You know, we allowed organizations to be kind of loose with their interpretation of, you know, knowing that they had to have 70% of the fees going to artists. We can include many different forms of art as artists, and obviously some have been traditionally higher paid than others. But also, you know, we want to employ artists, so we want you to, you know, kind of look at what the balance is of, you know, more traditional artist fees versus other types of fees. You know, we don't want to encourage, you know, low pay for certain types of artists, higher pay for other artists. Markets exist, and we know those markets exist, but also keeping in mind that, you know, the goal of the program, as I believe is designed by California Arts council is that, you know, this is an employment and workforce program for artists. And we gave very specific information in terms of where people could find what living wage would be in certain areas, lots of resources that they could do some research and find out what you know, comparable wages were. And we are hoping that people did pay attention to that, particularly for these larger grants. So keep that in mind. Any other comments?
Melissa, I'll briefly add that on this one, similar to several other applications, to echo a little of what Jason said, I had a little bit of unclarity of specific outcomes of this grant funding versus expansions of existing programming. And I would have appreciated more attention to the communication and messaging specific components of this proposal. That said, the work is really rooted in marginalized communities. They do impressive work. The application provided a lot of that information, but I had a lot of unanswered questions about how an actual communications additional outcome would be achieved and the benefit from how this grant gets them there.
Thank you. Okay, if that's it, we can finalize scores for this application and move on to our last application in this category, which is the City of Davis Arts and Cultural Affairs. The focus area was social justice and primary county is Yolo County. And Jennifer, you're going to introduce this one.
So for this large application, grant number 12, the City of Davis Arts and Cultural Affairs Division proposes a project that would be in partnership with the Davis Shakespeare Festival, Bike City Theater Company, and the Davis Repository Theater in order to implement a Hate-Free Together campaign. It would include a number of listening sessions and activities with 26 artists to be employed, 11 from marginalized communities. When I reviewed this application, I appreciated the clear examples of past project partnerships addressing a diversity of social justice issues, such as their Art of Solidarity partnership and efforts to fund BIPOC and LGBTQ artists. In addition, the program design did indicate participation of artists and organizations to address priority issues. I think while there was co-design and there's also policy and long-term strategic planning outcomes, I had questions and would have liked some more specifics on the outcomes to be achieved with the partners. There was also some disparities in the budget with how funds were allocated across certain partner organizations, and there wasn't enough information in the application to understand that distribution. With that, I also would have appreciated, I think the application could have benefited if there's more description of how to involve individual artists from each of the various organizations listed. While there is a new campaign that's proposed here, there was, I think, more work that could have been done to help clarify and justify the proposed approach. So I will pause there and I will let Rachel jump in with any comments.
Thank you. Very similar. One of the things that popped out to me in the budget was just trying to understand and comparing it with the timeline and the activities, why one partner was being substantially paid higher or had more involvement that wasn't necessarily being able to understand based off of the project activities and timeline that was presented. Overall, this organization, clearly describes their partnerships, their cross-sector partnerships, and that they're going to have a prominent role in the design and project implementation. But what have strengthened the application for me is really the relevance of the project's priority focus to the targeted community's needs. They provided some data around the campaign that they were proposing for hate, but the statistics were national. They didn't include any stats specific to the audience or in the counties they were serving. So again, just wanting to understand the need or the priority focus for the constituents that it would be serving. The other area that fell a little weak for me was their outreach plan to engage with community members. Again, in the project timeline and the activities, it was very scarce. So there wasn't a deep understanding for me exactly how these partnering organizations would be working with the community for input and driving. And that was pretty much where my comments had fared.
Okay, anybody else want to add something to that? NJ.
Yes, thank you. So I thought that was a strong application. I want to commend them for focusing on something that I believe is a nationwide issue, which is a rise in social tensions in our communities and lots of social clashes. So the project focuses on addressing that. I suggest that they add, so the cross-sector partners, so the entities are local government bodies. So we have like a city, we have county, we have UC Davis, which is great. And then the cross-sector partners are all related to the theater world, which is also great. It's a, you know, conversation-wise and facilitating conversation and sharing stories. They have the expertise, there's no doubt. I do suggest that they consider adding one additional cross-sector partner, and that will be an organization that is specialized and an expert when it comes to social justice. And I suggested that they look into contacting the SURJ, which is Showing Up for Social Justice, that's the acronym, because they are very well versed in dealing and engaging the community on the topics that they seek about to pursue. And then the last advice that I will give, because they will be encouraging the community to share the experience when it comes to hate-related incident and so on. I'm hoping also that they partner with identified CBOs that are primarily serving said communities. So what I'm saying is, since there's going to be a retelling component of sharing of stories, to make sure that depending on the ethnic group or the, you know, the group that's being represented, there is also a partner who ensures that the sharing is culturally is done in a way that is, how do I say that? I guess culturally sensitive could be one way to put it, but making sure there is someone from that group that is also in the leading seat. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I wanted to pick up on what NJ was speaking to. Yeah, I really was excited about this this proposal, especially driven by a local government agency. Whenever the API community, I can speak to that, identifying with that community, and we look at anti-hate efforts, there are two schools, and one pushes more presence, the other pushes a community developed response to hate and violence. And so I would also encourage the organizations involved and likewise an expansion of potential partners to seek out entities that provide a safe space for exploring some of these issues. And some of these applications are going into deep territory, right, and difficult subject matter. And my hope is that as panelists, as reviewers, and as a facilitator of the system, we're able to uplift trauma-informed, culturally specific informed approaches to dealing with challenging issues like hate and violence. But I do commend this organization. I would have liked just a little bit more information on how they would be approaching things from a broadly culturally specific manner.
NJ, I'm going to take your comment if it's super brief because I
It's
want
super brief, I promise.
get us to this point.
Thank you. It's just, I want to encourage the applicant to develop the work as a framework so that, because it's so unique what they're proposing and so needed, so that other communities and governments are able to take what they're doing and replicate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So finalize your scores here. And that brings us to the end of our large grant proposals. Thank you. It's been really rich conversation and your comments are really all amazing. We're a little bit behind and I'm okay with that because the conversations are really wonderful. I might speed you up a little bit as we move forward, but I don't want to discourage this kind of discussion because I think this is what makes it a really meaningful application process for everybody. So we're going to take a 5-minute break right now and let's, if we can all come back at 10:10 our time. I'm so sorry, translated in your time zone, wherever you are, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks. To note, this will be or is being recorded so that you will have an opportunity, if you can't listen throughout the day, you'll have an opportunity to go back and listen. We finished the large grant category, the $300,000 grants, and we're going to start the mid-sized grant applications, and we go in numerical order. So we start with the first one and we will go to the last. So if you are an applicant and you know your grant number, you'll have a sense of where you're going to sit in this review. And again, it's all recorded. We go through them relatively fast, but I think we took some good time to introduce them today. And I think we have some great conversation, and you can also have access to the comments that have been left by all the panelists. So if not every person weighed in on your grant application, no concerns there because you will have comments from all of the panelists if you want to see them at the end. We won't be, letting people know the outcome today. The panel then goes off and deliberates for the final scores, and we can't announce that until it goes to the Arts Commission, which will happen on June 12th, and we'll send all the applicants a reminder on June 12th in terms of who the finalists were and who's going to be recommended for funding. So with that, we'll move into the mid-size grant categories if we're ready. Couple of messages in the chat. I just want to check to see we're okay. Okay. I just want to get to my notes. And the first one we have is applicant number 3. It's the Health Education Council. The category is social justice, and the primary county is Sacramento. And I think Mallory, you're introducing this one.
Yes. Hello. I will be off video for this. So lead applicant is the Health Education Council. They are proposing a media campaign that will turn youth and family listening sessions focused on social justice and community engagement regarding community safety issues. They're going to turn all of that into a multimedia outreach campaign that is led by local artists. It seems that the emphasis of the subject matter is not exclusive to youth violence, but that is a lot of where the focus is. They propose integrating graphic design, video, photography, performance, and street art into this proposal. And this is located in I don't have it up. In the Sacramento County area. And the proposed cross-sector work would be the health organization collaborating with the different creative sector practitioners. So the graphic designer, the video producer, photographer, and artists are listed as the cross-sector partners. They also mention the name of the Sacramento Youth Commissioners, Sacramento's Youth Violence Prevention Collective, and HEC's community safety programs that might be engaged but are not the lead cross-sector partners. This number of art partners, about 8 artists. They note that they are all from marginalized communities. And that is the intro. I will hand it over to the second.
Shiloh?
Yeah, thanks, Mallory. ACC's got a strong relationship with the Meadowview community, and I think that's for this specific grant, that's where they continue to focus. It seemed as though they were positioning themselves in a sense as the cross-sector organization, and then finding the artists to collaborate. So I'm not sure if in reading it, I may have missed if there was another additional organization that was serving as that cross-sector, collaboration. I also was looking for, I think, additional, although they had mentioned engagement, community engagement, in order to define the subject in which the artists were to use in their efforts. I was looking more for some strategies, community strategies on how they were going to engage community. They have experience with campaigns, most recently with their COVID-19 campaign outreach that was successful in the Meadowview community. I think in terms of looking for additional cross-sector collaboration, let me go on video here. I hope it's going to help with my mic a little bit. Additional cross-sector collaboration, I think, is probably the key I was looking for.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add anything? Yeah, Shiloh, your microphone's a little bit choppy. I could hear you, but it's a little bit difficult to hear. Any other comments? Okay, then please finalize your scores. And then we are going to be moving to the next one, which is Arts Benicia. It is also climate focused, and the county is Solano County. And I think Jennifer, you're the lead here.
Yes. So this proposal identifies a cross-sector approach with artists and Art Benicia as the lead, working with Solano County for a media campaign on water conservation and climate mitigation. It's a cross-sector proposal. I thought this was a real strength of it. They clearly identified resource conservation district, water partners, local community nonprofit sustainability group, and others to advise and ensure. The project also would employ 27 artists, 10 of those within disadvantaged communities. I thought that, again, a real strength of this was the cross-sector partnership approach in order to deliver the project, but also to really incorporate artists as a part of that. The proposal seemed very clear and actionable as it relates to our scoring criteria for diversity and equity. This organization had a strong past experience with clear examples of their services to diverse and marginalized adults, after-school programming, and other similar programs, and provision of tuition assistance, for example. In terms of organizational readiness, this proposal did rate it scored well for me in terms of they have quality control processes, partnerships with the needed expertise to help guide the outcomes. One suggestion I had was maybe there's potential to show continuity of ongoing advisory input or engagement throughout the entire process. So that's proposed here. And with that, I will pause for our second reviewer to chime in.
NJ.
Yes, thank you. So it's a strong application. I appreciate also the demography where they're at in the community that they're serving. So something that I suggested in the delivery, again, I'm leaving it up to them, but it's to see if there is a possibility to incorporate also very practical advice And of course, I can be helped by the cross-sector partner that they have. But what I mean by that is, practical advice on water usage, thinking again of the cost of living and the mean income of the population, letting people know things along the lines of when is it less expensive to use water, washer and so on. I want to commend them for having eco camps. And in what they have designed, I don't know, because eco camps are very hands-on. So just wondering if also that is something that will be integrated or not in what they have here, and also geared toward adults. And let's see. I think one of the main suggestion was, I commend again the cross-sector partners, but in thinking of the land that they're on, I was wondering, I wasn't very clear on native representation. Anything related to water also calls for like some of the ancestral ways that has been addressed. So again, an invitation to reach out to the sovereign nation in the area if they have that capacity. And I will stop there.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything they want to add? Okay, then we can finalize that score and move on to application number 5, which is the Golden Harvest Parade. The focus area is climate, and it's Sacramento. And I think NJ, you're gonna lead on this one?
No,
yes.
that was for Kimberly is.
Oh, is
Thank
it?
you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Hold on, I'm pulling up my notes.
Sorry.
No worries, pulling up my notes. Okay. So the project goal is to host a parade, stage performance, and artwork, and webinar focused on public awareness related to water and energy conservation. The theme of the parade is a greener tomorrow for youth that will take place in the fall of this year on Capitol Mall. The organization plans to reach out to schools in the greater Sacramento area to have students and individual artists to really focus their artwork around this concept of a greener tomorrow for youth. And the artwork will be displayed at the event. The project will have 18 parade groups from 14 ethnic communities. And this is really building on their success of their parade that they hosted last year on Capitol Mall, that had a wide audience of 1,000 attendees at the parade, and then culminated in the area of 2,500 people. And then the impact for this project, they anticipate 5,000 people would benefit from this project. So, I think of the strengths of this is that it's a very clear project, clear kind of goals that the funds would be really used to support this parade. And it's building on the success of last year, but it is limited to a one-day experience. What I would kind of wish to see a little bit more in this proposal is the outreach plan seems too general, and I want to see more specific concrete evidence of project partners. Although they list different groups and ethnic communities, they're not, I didn't see exactly names and clear kind of evidence of it. I know it exists, but wanted to see that in the application more. And then further, it says, schools will there will be outreach to schools, but what specific schools, what was the kind of game plan for that? And so just wanted to hear just more specificity throughout the application. And so those are kind of my general comments. So it's great focus, very clear, large audience, especially being, on Capitol Mall, but limited to one day and wanting more specificity in the project. So with that, I'll open it up to the second reviewer, AJ.
Yeah, anybody else?
Thank you, sorry. Yeah, am I the one going? I just wanted to make sure.
Or anybody else?
Or anybody, I'm not sure who I know we kind of swapped in.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'll be quick. So it's a very exciting project. I really love also, I mean, I'm sensitive to the theme that they chose, which is a greener tomorrow for our youth. But with that, I wanted to suggest additional cross-sector partners. I appreciate the reaching out to different ethnic groups, but I thought that the proposal could benefit from also having partners that are environmental justice based. And this is where I thought it was lacking a little bit. And when it comes also to widening a little bit the ethnic diversity scopes in terms of the organizations that they're reaching out, I suggested considering contacting the NAACP, United Latinos, Soul Collective is in the region, and the Yochadihi Nation is in the region. I just want to acknowledge also the different groups that are around them, and again, as an outreach effort. And then last but not least, because the project centers the youth, and it's in the theme for that year, there are groups in the region of environmental youth activists. And I would suggest that they reach out to them. It would be great if they were part of the parade, because that will be in alignment with the theme. Cross-sector partners to consider when it comes to Greener Tomorrow. The organizations where they are that are very active, just to name a few: Valley Vision, Civic Well, Sierra Club, and those are organizations that also might consider financial sponsorship for the parade. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, then finalize your scores. And the next application is number 6. It's Design Sacramento, DBA Capital Creative Alliance. It's a social justice focus, and Sacramento is the primary county. And this is Shiloh will introduce.
Thank you, Melissa. So interesting. This was interesting for me. There's I would say, call it a twist, but an interesting one at that. So this is a collective that's partnering with the Del Paso Heights Growers Alliance to create really a complete branding package that includes an awareness campaign about their organization. So really creating that brand identity for the Growers Alliance in Del Paso Heights. It would include all of the visual elements, including website, photography, a media campaign. They call out the campaign will bring social justice to Del Paso Heights by providing the community with additional tools and resources to grow their own healthy foods. And as we all know, food access and food insecurity in Del Paso Heights is an issue that that folks should be focusing on. We need to be focusing on, and so they're tackling this concern through elevating the work of the Del Paso Heights Growers Alliance. Interesting collaboration and partnership, right? You have kind of a marketing alliance entity that is collaborating with a nonprofit to elevate and brand their work for greater awareness and education of the work that they do. And so not so much like the traditional applications that we saw in this space, maybe a unique collaborative effort to elevate that work of development.
Mallory, any additional comments?
Sure, yes. I thought that I think one of my favorite components was the use of Creative Reaction Lab's engagement framework. I thought that was rigorous and an interesting element. I do have some concerns about just creative marketing campaigns for an arts grant. So that is a concern of mine. I also wanted to see a clearer vision for the social justice goal, if that's the category that they're applying in. I just needed that to be a little bit clear. They mentioned community outreach and community engagement, but it's not in the timeline. And for me, that is just vital. You need to kind of demonstrate when you're going to be doing that, because we want to make sure that that's happening throughout a project and definitely at the beginning. So that that omission raised a flag for me.
Okay, any additional comments?
This is Jason. I did appreciate, sorry, the acknowledgement of accessible design principles in the narrative. I did have similar feelings about an emphasis on another organization's marketing infrastructure. I think that I would have felt better if I could sense the organization making a stronger connection to the actual focus areas identified. There was a lot of it almost well, I'm going to stop there. I would have liked more information on the direct connection and the actual impact that they're looking for as a result of their great marketing capabilities. A final note, while I did appreciate the inclusion of the of Creative Reaction Labs, I was wondering if they could indicate past programmatic success using those principles. That would have been helpful.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, you can finalize your scores. And we are moving on to application number 7, the Solano Pride Center. The application's focus area is social justice, and it's Solano County is the primary county. And I believe Rachel is introducing this.
Yes, thank you. So yes, this is Grant 7 serving Solano County, and the project is really to implement an art program for the LGBTQ plus community members. So this organization has demonstrated, root in and expressed the experience of historically marginalized communities. They've been serving the community for over 25 plus years. And so I think they have the ability to reach the audience. Some of the project, and they're implementing a new art project. So this is not something that they have done before. But I think the idea was really great and noble, but the application just fell short in a lot of areas for me in particular. They did not include the bios of the artists or show how they were going to be selected. They didn't include how community input would be used in the design and implementation. And they didn't provide enough details about cross-sector work or partners already identified for the project. And so I think really for them, the idea was really great. I think what needed to happen was a little bit more strategic planning on how to really implement and integrate a new art program into their organization. And so it was just missing a little bit of details for me to understand how they were going to reach partners, how they were going to reach artists, and really what the activities and the timeline for the year of the program were going to be. So I think in more of kind of giving some updates, apologies, of what they could do is that, maybe identifying some of their constituents or partners up front that also work in the LGBTQ community, identifying artists, uphand, getting some community feedback, and really just having a little bit more of strategic planning on how they would like to design and implement a new art program for their organization.
Thank you. Mallory, anything you want to add?
Yeah, building off Rachel's comments, I was actually excited about this idea. I think it would be great to develop further, sort of like the kernels of ideas are there. I really love the focus on seniors within the LGBTQ community. I think it's really ripe, but I needed it to go a little bit further in proving that they were kind of prepared for the next step of receiving this grant. the partnerships, I would like them to be further developed. I would like the cross-sector partnerships specifically to be further developed. And then I think, yeah, Rachel agreed that just wanted to know who the artists were going to be and those kinds of details, but definitely love the idea that they have provided.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Okay, then please finalize your scores. And we are going to move on to the next application, which is application grant number 8, Weatherlight Media. It is a climate-focused application, and the primary county is Yolo County. That's where the organization is. And NJ.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So this organization is an artist collective, also, pairing as media production. So they are focusing the project on the farms and farmers in Yolo County. And they have like 3 components. So they're creating a documentary that's going to be about 45 minutes. They want to interview the farmers on how they've been affected by the drought. And at this point, I want to highlight how I believe relevant the project is, because farmers, so Yolo County is primarily agricultural. And so again, lots of the local food we have is also being produced here. And farmers depend on groundwater. And like us, we're living in an urban community. If it doesn't rain or if there is a severe drought, it makes it much harder, of course, to grow crops and so on. So my point is that they have been suffering very, very, very much. So that project offers to highlight that with some specific goals. They want the cross sector comes in because they're interviewing the farmers, but they're also interviewing elected officials on the topic, asking about some of the mitigation factors. One of the goals that they have, which is ambitious, but it can be done, they are hoping that the creation of this documentary highlighting that problem is also going to have an effect when it comes to the legislation, and hopefully give local governments, state officials, something to work on to have a piece of legislation that helps there. So there is that. Quick feedback on that. So they have 9 artists, and there are 2 who are identified as BIPOC. And just brief suggestion, if they have the bandwidth and if they want to increase a little bit the diversity reach, they could reach out to local community colleges and so on, and see if there are interns who would like to help on the project. So that way it's a double win. You know, they are training someone from a marginalized community into the skills that they have. Another thing, so they say that the 3rd component is a viewing in Woodland. That is the only location that is listed as a viewing. So I encourage them to consider at this point adding another cross sector partner that could be the Yolo County Library, because they're all over Yolo County. They have community rooms, and they can take it upon themselves also to show the movie to the community members over there. So I'm suggesting that because, again, thinking accessibility and reach when it comes to that. Another thing that I encourage them to cover as a subject matter is also to have a clear call for action. So to me, that was missing a little bit. My point is that when people watch the documentary, beside elected official, community members will ask what they can do to help alleviate the situation. So that wasn't very clear. They mentioned that they were focusing on drought and difficult access to water. Again, speaking from experience, engaging with that community, it will be interesting if they highlight, and I'll stop there, 2 things. Family farms and access to water, but Yolo County also has corporate farms, so they're bigger, they're richer. And to have a little comparison regarding the water situation there could help with the piece of legislation and make it more equitable. And last but not least, again, this has to come from the community input, farmers. if they are interested in knowing some of the water conservation solutions that exist out there, you know, and I went into details in the feedback I provided, but I think the documentary could benefit for that in terms of the positive impact that it will have later on. And I'm going to turn to my colleague on that, Jennifer. We're listening to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, NJ. Great comments. I'll add that while it was focused on a clear issue with a clear outcome, I think this could have been strengthened with more detail in terms of cross-sector partnerships, even though there were involvement of this video media team to interview farmers. It didn't see any integration of steering committee or focus groups or others to help guide the approach to develop the content, even though they would be interviewed for this piece. So I thought it could have been strengthened in those ways. Great issue, great idea. I appreciated the intent to lift the visibility, but some more specific and tangible ways to integrate kind of the cross-sector engagement to guide this would have strengthened it for my read.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to add anything? Okay, thank you. Please finalize your scores on that one. And then we're going to move right along to application number 10, which is the American River Conservancy. It is a climate-focused application, and it is in El Dorado County, I believe, and the lead reader, Kimberly.
Hi there. So yes, the region served here is El Dorado County. The project is focused on public awareness related to water and energy conservation, climate mitigation. The project entitled Ripe Area is an art project to promote community engagement through the arts in El Dorado County around water and native habitat, leveraging the organization's expertise in conservation and stewardship. They have partnered with MTA, an arts organization, to offer participatory art and learning focused on the vital role of water, deep ecology, food, and cultural survival. The art forms that it'll be focused on are storytelling, poetry, songwriting, musical performance, etc. So lots. Project includes multiple outputs, artist-led workshop, pop-up events, free publication in the Quartile area. One area. General comments is it's a large and diverse list of confirmed artists are participating, which is great. Focused execution of the project. 79% of the funding is going towards the artists. The organization has a significant history of programming and outreach, and then for this project, building capacity to work and support Indigenous artists. I invite Jason to comment as well.
Thank you. I was really excited about this application. While it felt ambitious, the programming seems comprehensive based on prior organizational experience and their programmatic history. I really like the little things that they thought of in the application. Accessibility considerations for programming near the Lakeside Trail. Not being shy about offering free food, which is a huge draw for folks. It's for anyone, right? I would have liked to know more about how they plan to be linguistically accessible given the communities identified, but a really thorough, appropriate project budget. This application hit a lot of strengths, was very well-rounded. I really did like to see the strong budget allocations that Kimberly was referencing, but it was appropriate and appropriate given the strength of the artist bios and the relevancy to the project design. So very strong application overall.
Thank you. NJ, you had a comment?
Thank you. Just 2 quick points. So my feedback, the application is, for me, it was stellar, very strong. So well, addressing the need, cross-sector partnership, fantastic. So also that got me excited. So my feedback is just 2 points, and it's kind of a plea to the applicants. So I really admire the community engagement aspect, and I would like to invite them to have a workshop on equitable and efficient community engagement best practices, because I think that other organizations will benefit from learning, from the equitable ways with which they operate. That really stood out. And then the last thing, and I did not think that often when I read an application, so they applied for the 117,000 one, but I think that they have a strong case for the 300,000 as well. So if by chance this grant is offered again next year and they have a proposal of the same, ambition and so on, I will encourage them to apply to both the 100,000 one and the 300,000 one. I think they have a strong case. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, then we're going to finalize your scores, please. And we're going to move to application number 11, Sustainable Solano. It's a social justice application. And this is also Solano County. And Rachel, you're going to introduce.
Thank you. So this specific project is really geared towards working with youth to foster resident engagement through community gardens and share knowledge about food and sustainability practices. The project focuses on 2 gardens that are found in the community they're serving in Core Isle 1, and it is really a creative communications campaign to amplify the community gardens there and connect with more youth and community members in the neighborhood to those gardens to increase access to fresh and healthy foods. So overall, the project really focuses on working with youth mostly and some community local performing artists. One of the strengths is just that the organization has been in the community for over 25 years and has been doing the community garden work. But one of the weaknesses of the application was just that they did not have or show considerable experience in artistic programming, cross-sector work, or communications campaign. And they did mention that in their application, which I do appreciate. And to offset, this, they do plan on partnering with a local artist from the community. I really do appreciate that this artist is bilingual, because they do mention that the population has a high Hispanic Latino. However, one of the concerns in the budget that I had seen was that a majority of the project funds is going to that one artist, as well as some of the production for some videos that they plan on recording from the youth that they're working with, some recorded songs. And then they do plan to have some kind of promotion to bringing individuals to the community gardens. But again, and looking in their budget, they had allocated just a really tiny small amount to actual comms and promotion materials. And so that was a bit concerned just of being able to really develop a full communications campaign and really being able to reach audience to come to the community garden centers. So I think overall the application had some strengths, but was really looking more for them to figure out more to engage the community as it related to their social justice community engagement piece, and a little more in how that was going to improve community outcomes.
Thank you. Mallory, anything to add?
Sure. I love that the proposal very squarely addressed what they identified as a communicated need from the community. 2-part, one, that youth wants more arts engagement, and that the community wanted new ways to engage with the gardens. So building off of that need was powerful. Needed a little more clarity around how the song creation would be part of the communications campaign itself. Similarly, I noticed Alana seemed like a very strong artist, and that was really the main artistic partner. There were also public art workshops mentioned, and I didn't see them clarified in the budget. It wasn't clear to me who's leading those. Is it Alana, who seems more performance and songwriting oriented? Or are there other artists doing that, or is Alana going to also do the public art workshops? I see those as potentially quite different disciplines. And then there was a visual artist mentioned in the budget, and I didn't get a lot of clarity about how they would engage in the project other than album. It was listed as album art and promotion, but I think similar to the earlier comments made, how will all of the artistic components really be a part of the communications campaign itself?
Thank you. Any other additional comments? Another panelist? Okay, thank you. Finalize your scores and we'll move on to application number 12. Application number 12 is 916 Inc. The category is social justice and the primary county is Sacramento County. And Shiloh will introduce.
I've gotten some feedback that maybe my microphone is loose. I'm going to try to turn off my mic and lean in. I rarely be accused of being a quiet voice, so I'm hoping my voice comes through here. And so 916, I think strengths of this application is they have really a strong rooted connection to community, and specifically in creative writing workshops and other arts-focused centric programs that support both children and young adults and finding their way and their space through creative writing and other arts forms. Specifically for this grant application, they're looking to collaborate with La Familia Counseling Center in South Sacramento and Neighborhood Wellness Foundation in North Sacramento. They have a history of working collaboratively with both organizations, and I think relying heavily on their collaborative partners to really root the program design in social justice and overall community development. So the idea would be to utilize La Familia and Neighborhood Wellness Foundation in the community engagement strategies with community members throughout those two neighborhoods, with the goal of producing not only allowing the individuals to come in and create written word around its lived experiences, but also translating that into coffee table books that will share those stories of what they call out 40 different artists or 40 different students in this collaborative effort to share themes, to share stories, and then publish these stories in a coffee table. So I like the collaborative partnerships. I like leading into those collaborative partnerships to support community engagement through existing relationships and partnerships in those spaces. I think the organization has a strong history of working with youth, of storytelling, sharing those stories out to the general public. Would have liked to have seen maybe some more concrete engagement strategies for how they would work with the various nonprofit organizations in the space. But I would just say that's a minor detail in this specific area. I did like that they had a good number, over 40 artists employed by this project, and then providing additional support and payment to 2 master artist fellows to really guide. So I think supporting is Mallory, so I'll talk over to Mallory for additional comments.
Yeah, Mallory, you have anything to add?
Yes, I was very excited about the organization, everything that they shared. That was sort of, I was on the edge of my seat, just really excited about their work. I kind of started to get back onto my seat when they talked about the project. So, you know, the org is great, super excited about work they're doing. I wondered why they didn't better leverage the things they're really good at for this grant. This seemed like a publication project. And I really wanted to see, they seem to do great community work. They seem to do great workshops and providing people opportunities to kind of develop their own storytelling capacities. And this seemed a bit more like write your story and we'll publish it. I just thought it was there was this opportunity for this to be so deeply community engaged, which they already do. And it kind of felt like the community engagement work was taken out of this project, despite the fact that the organization knows how to do that work. I also wanted it to be more impactful from a communications campaign perspective. And I didn't really get the case wasn't made well to me as a reader about why creating this anthology was going to be impactful for the community and why the communication about these stories was going to make any sort of change. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Anyone want to add anything? These comments? Okay, thank you. Finalize your scores. And the next application is number 13, Broad Room Creative Collective. This is a social justice pathway again, and this is a Sacramento-based organization. And Rachel is going to lead.
Thanks. So as mentioned, this is a nonprofits art organization in North Sacramento. They're home to the Free Art Supply Closet, which provides free art supplies to artists, teachers, parents, students, and children, as well as other organizations. And their project is really focused on conducting a media outreach campaign focused on homelessness and the need for affordable housing. I was pretty impressed with this application overall in different areas. The first is just how they demonstrated their organizational history in working with different communities such as disabled, LGBTQ+, BIPOC. And so I feel like they have a really good connection already based off their previous programming to marginalized communities. One thing I did appreciate was their cross-sector partnerships. So they have two main partnerships they mentioned, which was Alignment Press, an organization that provides accessibility for the visually impaired, as well as a Camp Resolution, which is a homeless encampment also in the area. And they had already seemed to build a relationship with the camp, particularly the leader who will be heavily involved in the project and being kind of the conduit to helping to recruit artists from the camp. Part of their campaign includes 1 to 3 billboards, creating 12 posters, sharing content on social media, and then also hiring a videographer to do some videos surrounding the project. Overall, I just think that in the particular audience that they're serving, homeless individuals, often gets overlooked in these types of projects, and really empowering them to give them a voice and be so active in the project, again, was just a note that I really appreciated. And I do think it has a strong communications and outreach component. Not only is it being co-designed by the audience that they're serving, but it does have potential reach just through the various channels and avenues that they will be disseminating the campaign through. So I'm going to hand it over to the second reviewer.
Okay,
That's me. Yeah, I thought the partnership between Broad and Camp Resolution was a great idea and really on the right path towards a strong cross-sector partnership and project. I wanted the artist budget to be a little bit larger within the overall budget. A lot goes to the designers. And I think for the purposes of this grant, I see those as kind of different fields. I would have also advised maybe giving a little bit more budget to the artists by potentially cutting down the amount of activities that they proposed, because they had billboards, posters, workshops, documentary video, and a zine. And I think just allocating the budget, to maybe do 3 of those things instead of 5 or 6 would have allowed for more to go towards, giving artists, a larger part of this project. So kind of doing a little bit less, but with more intention and centering the vision of the artists to tackle the cross-sector issues in collaboration with the community. I also saw that the residents would be compensated for their time. Wasn't super clear in the budget. Sometimes they were mentioned as artists, sometimes they're mentioned as residents. I needed more clarity to feel confident that the participants would be compensated. I thought it was a great idea to propose that, but I just needed to see the proof in the budget. I would also have loved to have seen a housing policy or housing advocacy partner, because I see that Broad is proposing to teach workshops on topics related to housing, but I wasn't sure that Broad was the right organization to do that. And since this is a cross-sector project, great opportunity. I mean, think about how powerful that kind of additional partner would be in really moving the needle on housing issues. So I think some of the cross-sector partnerships, kind of, we're on the pathway to making them really strong. I think an opportunity to make them even stronger still awaits this project proposal.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
I thought that this was a natural extension of their free art supply closet and free art cart successes. It was a nice callback kind of to the genesis of the California Creative Corps program and its lineage with the WPA program itself. I did want to learn a little bit more about the artistic background of the lead artist from Camp Resolution. And if not any other element of the budget could shift, I would have loved to see specific focus to that particular artist from Camp Resolution. But overall, I thought this has the potential to be a regional, if not a national or international model.
Okay. Any final comments? Okay, we're going to move on to application number 14. It's the Mac Frank Artists Collaborative. It's a social justice focus in Sacramento County. And Jason is going to lead this.
You're on mute.
Sorry. So this project proposes the creation of art installations that would raise the issue of low per capita income in a very specifically identified tract community, which they repeat throughout the application. They indicate a very strong connection to the community to be served, having residencies and connections. I think they may have misconstrued the organizational mission for a project description statement, although that description was fine. I really appreciated this grassroots sense in the application, sense of self-determination, a very authentic proposal in the language. There was a good project budget. It was in alignment with the narrative. Some strong bios, and it was good to see a diversity of artistic disciplines. I felt that the project timeline was perhaps a little underdeveloped, and the indicated project outcome to create a safe place for thought and reflection, nice. I felt it could, it left room for a bit more ambition and articulation. But I don't want to program for them. It was just kind of a nice blanket statement. I would have liked a little bit more. I also would have liked additional information on the specific outreach strategies that they were going to employ. Because of some of the lack of information in other parts of the proposal, it was a little challenging to determine a strong community impact. For example, it was hard to gauge the audience reach or if they have plans for measuring that reach. And I felt that for a collective of artists, their responses were good and they were helpful in determining some kind of organizational experience, their collective experience working with marginalized communities within the focused priority areas. That said, cross-sector work was not articulated in a strong manner. I'd like to pass it to the number 2.
Okay, Shiloh, you have anything additional to add?
In absolute agreement with Jason's summary, and I think where I've loved the connection, just a heart forward connection to community in this grant. That really, it spoke to me. It spoke to their connection to this specific census tract and their ability to connect with community. Where I think where I was struggling as I was reading it is connecting that connection with the ultimate project scope and maybe the campaign messages of color, right? Where I just didn't have a clear understanding of project outcomes, right? So a lot of real clear focus on who they were as individuals, the community that they were serving, which was so strong. But I wish that would have translated more into specific deliverables for their functions and
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments? Okay, then we'll do final scores. And moving to application number 15. And this is the Sugar Skull Art Walk. And it is a social justice focused campaign and in El Dorado County. And this is Shiloh introducing.
Yeah, thank you. So this is, as Melissa mentioned, Sugar Skull Art Walk. So it's a 4-day, I hope my math is correct there on days, 4-day community event that line Main Street, increasing visibility, Main Street and Placerville, my apologies. An opportunity to display this full art from a variety of artists, upwards of 40. And their community engagement strategy is to host potluck meetings. I think Jason was once said, like, who doesn't love food, right? So they have various potluck meetings scheduled throughout the timeline to engage with the community, to recruit artists, to understand the themes that they are planning to communicate through their art. I think this is they have done this event in the past, and so I wondered in terms of expanding on an existing discussions that come up for me around expanding on an existing event, multi-day event, versus creating something different. And so I'll just leave it there, and let's see. I think it's Rachel that I'm asking. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. And just going off that assessment, I was also very impressed with this proposal. I really did want to note that in the budget that they did plan on not only having a deep commitment to engaging with a significant number of artists on the project, but also compensating the artists fairly in pay. And then the other point I want to is just how thoughtful the organization was in thinking through their cross-sector partnerships, and really just being super just knowledgeable about the area that they're serving. They clearly talk in their application about the demographics, how the different racial tensions, and just also, some of the groups within the county, and really trying to bridge or serve as this bridge to the different communities. In the cross-sector partnerships, they have two partners that are very different from each other. One that they kind of label as more or very conservative and religious, and the other as very progressive. And it seems like those partners have already agreed to the project. So just really thinking about how to make the project successful and impactful. I think they already did a really great groundwork. And as the point mentioned, I think this is more of an expansion or extension of previous work that they've done. But again, just being really thoughtful in what their project scope was, what their goal was, and bringing on the appropriate partners to make it as successful as possible.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Okay.
If I can, just to be consistent, would have liked additional information on how they seek to ensure safe spaces.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we can finalize our scores on this one. And the next one is grant number 17, See the Elephant. It's the name of the project. The focus area is social justice, and this is also El Dorado County. And this is also Shiloh introducing.
Thank you again. See the Elephant is focused on core focus areas around social justice, community engagement, working with a few call out organizations and local community members who identify as LGBTQIA+, focus on creating original performances that address the challenges of living in a rural area, which is their specific focus for this collaboration. A small number of artists, 3, although definitely a wealth of information and experience in this space. They're collaborative partners. They have one specific called out collaborative partner. Somebody just came out of my face a little bit. 1 second. Let me go back to the timeline. I think overall timeline, formalizing partnerships with organizations and community members. I think where my question around community engagement strategies is understanding where those existing partnerships exist, and then their strategy focused on the performance itself. Just looking for maybe additional information about how those messages and that education and awareness continues to live on beyond the performance of this specific opportunity. So my apologies, I was all over the place on that one, but I'll toss it over to Jason. Hopefully he can bring it home for us.
No, I felt that was great. I did appreciate the focus of impact on the LGBTQIA+ community, especially in this rural area. I really appreciated the identification of the ADA compliant theater, and I especially loved the inclusion and the thoughtful design and integration. Really key, their project partner to bring in their expertise in the field of trauma therapy and public engagement. I feel that is clutch to this application, and the strength of that is integral to the design. Let's see, minor, the fiscal sponsor fee need not appear in the personnel section of the budget, some minor cleanup things. I would have liked identification or an indication of how they would seek out experts and consultants, as well as any other ways that community members could be engaged in the project design. But a strength for me was in doing the deep work in theater and bringing in their project partner with specialized training to create that safe space was a highlight.
Thank you. Does anyone want to add to that? Okay. All right, thank you. We'll finalize scores then and move on to the next application, which is Y Explosion LLC. It is a climate-focused application, and it is Sacramento, El Dorado, and Yolo counties. We did encourage people to focus on one county, excuse me, and if their application or their project was going to span counties, we did ask them to sort of explain why and how that would happen. So just for those who are listening, that's a little added piece of the application if you're in more than one county. And Jennifer, excuse me, is going to introduce.
Thank you, Melissa. So as noted, this is a multi-county proposal led by a nonprofit. It is a communication campaign that's focused on the production of messaging and production of t-shirts. And the proposal includes youth and young adults who would be engaged on sustainability issues as artwork is developed for the t-shirts. The proposal also states that this project is intended to serve beyond just the grant timeline, presumably with the life of the t-shirts. 12 artists are identified for inclusion in this proposal. I did appreciate that this was a bit of an out of the box or different type of proposal. It did seem unique amongst the proposals that I reviewed. In terms of some of the items that did stand out to me where this could have been strengthened would have been on inclusion of additional information and detail. Specifically, there was an absence of clear data to support the rationale, which focused on t-shirts as the artistic outcome. And also, I thought the approach could have benefited from more attention to bringing in cross-sector partnerships as part of this as a communications effort. Again, without having the data or information in this, it was hard to really evaluate the proposal in terms of impact. Although it notes t-shirts are visible, it wasn't clear by people seeing t-shirts if that would really lead to significant changes in awareness, or would have appreciated more studies or some information to help describe that approach. With that, I will pass it off to our second reviewer.
Thank you, Jennifer. So I want to second what you said. And first, I would like to commend that organization for providing a much needed relief service to the community that they serve. And I understand also that for some organizations, from the moment they heard about the grant availability, they maybe did not have enough time to provide as many details as possible. But in this case, so more details was needed so we better understand the scope of the work, but also the possible impact. It is mentioned that they're addressing roadblocks to opportunities. So it would have been very helpful to have a description of what some of those roadblocks are. The reason I'm sharing that is because then if we know, it also helps assess the impact. And another thing, so the goal of the project is to teach children entrepreneurship and financial literacy. which is great. And again, the type of details that would have been welcome would have been to let us know if that means they're going to learn how to design a business plan, they're going to learn marketing and communication strategies that are art-based. There's going to be some accounting, bookkeeping involved, because again, we're talking entrepreneurship, investing methods. Are they going to organize pop-ups? So overall, I just want to encourage them and organizations in general to be as specific as you can be. And and I think I'm going to leave it at that. It's I think it's a beautiful project. And again, I just want to thank them for the work they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to add to those comments? Okay, we're ready to move on to the next application. Application number 19, which is Capital Storytelling. This is, excuse me, a social justice-based project in Sacramento County, and will be introduced by Kimberly.
Hey there. So the Immigrant Storytelling Program will directly support first and second generation immigrants in the Sacramento region. The project is focused on supporting in particular, the Immigrant Storytelling Program and funding artists primarily. The program is intended to serve immigrants and children of immigrants by offering free workshops in which first and second generation immigrants can develop their own personal true stories and share those stories with one another, with the ultimate goal of empowering and amplifying their lived experiences. The program is in collaboration with the Dreamer Resource Center at Sac State. The event is sponsored by Capital Public Radio, making the program accessible and widening their audience. So my general comments is that it has a great project partner on this that brings visibility and brings other organizations together. It meets and has large impact in terms of public awareness and sharing. Funding primarily goes toward the artist, and supports first and second generation immigrants. So with that, I'll hand it over to Shiloh.
Yeah, Kimberly, I would just add, I really appreciate the focus of this particular grant application. I think having first generation immigrants, their children in a space to be able to create and share their own stories, I think elevated by some really strong collaborative partnerships that have capacity to share and broadcast out those messages. I think so strong collaborative partners, as you mentioned, with enormous reach. So I just really enjoyed this application and strength and story and deliverables and strength and opportunity to share.
Thank you. Anyone want to add anything?
I'll add briefly. I also really appreciated the approach and the importance of centering these experiences. The questions I had when reviewing this centered more around how stories would be shared maybe more broadly, perhaps through more intentional engagement of other specific groups, perhaps that interface with refugees. And again, they have strong partnerships and backgrounds, but in the budget as well, I just had questions in terms of if there would be any compensation for some of the storytellers or scholarships in the budget. I might have missed some of that, but those were some of the questions as I reviewed this proposal.
Okay, thank you. NJ.
Yes, thank you. So again, I want to applaud this proposal, the work that the applicant is doing. They said that they would like to empower immigrants to be their own advocates. So it's in that spirit that I'm sharing the following feedback. They're teaching the community members they're working with good storytelling techniques and practices. I would like to encourage them to also include in the workshop sessions teaching or empowering community members, immigrants, how to tell the story in 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and 1 minute. The reason I'm saying that is because one of the outcomes that they're looking for is for when immigrants are their own advocate, being able to engage legislative corps, elected officials. So sometimes that is done in the form of public comments or on various other public platforms. So I'm just sharing that if they're able also to integrate that in what they're already offering, that will be very helpful. In the vein also, in terms of cross-sector, reaching out to local governments or elected officials, the service that they're delivering is fantastic. They're offering access to the immigrant experience, but because people have limited time, though they want to help immigrant populations on which this country was built on, if at times they're able to label the stories that they're producing, just indicate a clear focus, something as immigrant journey to work visa or asylum process, it will help the people they're trying to reach who are in the legal system or in local government. The moment they know the focus, they will attract the right person and based on that topic. So this is just a suggestion. Overall, I think it's a very strong application. And again, I just want to thank them for applying.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no other comments, we are going to move to application number 20, the Vallejo Community Arts Foundation. It is a climate-focused application, and it is Solano County, and Jason will introduce.
Thank you. So this is a public art initiative. It will engage 7 artists, a combination of visual artists and writers, to promote environmental sustainability and social justice. I appreciated the inclusion of, in their past program work, evidence of Spanish language translation. There was a good description of their planned partnership with San Pueblo Wildlife Refuge. I would have liked additional detail on their workshop curriculum for young people and any youth-specific plans and artist identification plans. There were good artist bios. However, I would have liked a stronger indication how they are directly connected to the focus area specific to this project. I appreciated the level of community conversations, some level of community input. However, it could have been strengthened more specifically in the timeline. They do have evidence of cross-sector partnerships. There's an existing or expanded 6-year partnership with Visions of the Wild and the U.S. Park Service, and then past partnership with Solano County Transit. So they do have prior experience with cross-sector collaborations, as well as prior experience with the target communities they're hoping to serve. There is a history of employing some general outreach strategies. Again, I would have liked this to have been more fleshed out just a bit. There's a strong annual reach to youth through their existing long-standing programs.
Okay.
I pass it off.
Okay, Kimberly, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay, does anybody else have a comment they want to make about this application? Oh, NJ?
Sorry, that's my hand from before.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay. All right, no other comments. We are ready to move on to the next application, which is application number 21, the Natomas Garden and Arts Collective. The focus area is social justice. The primary county is Sacramento, and NJ will lead us off here.
Thank you. Yes, so it's an organization that addresses several of the insecurities in the area that they're serving. So they highlighting the lack of access to art-related activities in that area, especially in regard to marginalized communities. And they sought out to, in a very equitable way, to address that gap. So I want to point out that they started out, there's garden in the name. So a lot of the activities also they've been proposing were centering about engaging the community in artistic and gardening activities. For this particular project, what they seek to create, there's going to be a Zumba outreach. They also have MC vocal research going on, community karaoke plan, community drum circle plan as well, chalk out demonstration, and a festival with the theme Better Together Arts Festival toward the end of the completion of the project. And also included in that, they aim to design T-shirt and logos around the theme Better Together for the festival. So that's the core of the project. I think that the project in itself is beautiful, but I confess that because of their history, I was surprised to also not see, an elements of, in addition to what they're suggesting, maybe a relation also, to the earth and gardening in terms of, again, the Better Together and all the tools that improve and promote wellness. So that will be one thing. The ambitious goal is to have a total of 125 artists involved in the project. They mention some of the sectors where they will be recruiting the artists. So they mentioned schools and so on. But I personally had wished that they had been given a little bit more details about how they will set about, including 100 to 125 artists. I do want to commend them for reaching that high, because they understood that one of the goals of this grant is to be able to be helpful to as many regional artists as possible. So there is definitely an intention there. And so because of the design of the project is mainly artistic. It's an offering to the community, but it also means that all the cross-sector partners are artists. Again, this is great, but in alignment as well with what they have been offering, I was thinking that they could, if they wanted, since they're also reaching out to school, there are some organizations that are both that address, I want to say, access to community land in form of community garden also. That could be included because they work with student populations. All I'm saying is that I am applauding what they're doing here. The 125 artists and the budget is something that I encourage them to look at again and have a bit more tighten. And I'm just surprised that in addition to the artistic activity, there was not something like food insecurity, because they have gardening background, was not incorporated in that. That did not play against them. I'm just pointing out that the two are not mutually exclusive. And I am going to turn this over to Mallory. Hold on, sorry, to Rachel.
Rachel, I think, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I echo a lot of the sentiment and comments shared already. For me, the application was just missing sufficient details in some areas to really make it a more direct focused project. It just felt like they were trying to do a whole lot of activities. I think if they would have scoped it down in size and really focused on a few, it would have been much more manageable, and they would have been able to really focus on some more of those specific activities as related to the focus area. So maybe just reducing some of those activities, and also just providing a little bit more details. To me, it would have been strengthened if they also included how the community input is being incorporated, as well as the relevance to the priority focus, to the targeted community's need demonstrated by data, because there was no data that had been really included as to why this was a really focused or priority need.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a comment to add? Okay, then we can move to the next application. This is application number 22, National Academic Youth Corps. This is a social justice focus area, and the primary county is Sacramento. And Rachel, you're leading on this one.
Great, thank you. So Sojo Museum, as referenced, is the only African-American museum in Sacramento, and it does have, a history of providing art and cultural experiences for underserved communities in Sacramento. They, historically have been serving marginalized communities, so I feel like they're very ingrained in this project to reach out in their media outreach. What was a little bit confusing for me at first was when they were explaining the actual outreach. It seemed really focused on kind of doing a lot of promotion around the museum and the actual activities that they have. Hiring staff, developing their website, doing promotional work. It wasn't really until I jumped down to the timeline did I understand a little bit better that this project is really actually focused on outreach for placemaking, including tactical urbanism. So in going through the application, all of the artist bios that were provided seemed appropriate for the project, but there were only 8 artists total. So I would have liked to have seen more artist engagement or inclusion for the project. And I also would have liked to have seen a little bit more fleshed out timeline. They have a series of events and activities that they plan on hosting throughout the year of the project. Including some that are really focused on placemaking events, and it is going to be community led. But one core piece that I felt was missing in some of it was how they plan to conduct the outreach to these community members. I don't think it's a terrible, that they might not have that ability to, just because historically they've conducted a lot of previous outreach through the museum and through other avenues. But because this project is so heavily ingrained with community input and community volunteers for these events, I would have just liked to seen how they were going to conduct and recruit community members to participate. But overall, I think the project concept was really well. I think it's an important placemaking is an important issue in addressing the core priority focus that they were. And I do think that maybe with just a little bit more fine tuning that the project can have a deep impact in the community.
Thank you, Jennifer. Anything to add?
Great comments. Agree. This was a compelling proposal in terms of the history of this organization and the community and the issues that this seeks to address. I echo Rachel's comments. It would have been strengthened in terms of added detail specifically around what these final reports and the livability evaluation would consist of. And I think it could be strengthened with a little more attention to those tasks, but overall, a strong proposal.
Okay, any additional comments? Okay, we can move on to the next proposal. This is application number 23. It's YOLO Soul Collective. It's a social justice focused application and happening in Yolo County. And Shiloh will introduce.
Thanks, Melissa. So aiming to serve the neighborhood in Northwest Woodland, which is a majority Latino community of about 11,000 people, bordered by 2 heavily trafficked industrial corridors. So we see on the screen now stories of land and water. It's focused on providing guided story walks to learn about Winter perspectives on ecology, environmental stewardship. They make specific note about the rising summer temperatures, electricity blackouts, escalating energy costs, and how those disproportionately impact the outdoor workers and low-income families that reside in this specific neighborhood, and also make a connection between a lack of recreational opportunities for the youth in Yolo County, and really hoping to utilize the creek itself as a lifeline for the youth in the community in terms of restoring health and well-being and fostering resilience. It was interesting, they called out an interesting support for their own staff and team, that they plan to participate in a training to better understand how trauma influences their ability to work collaboratively together. So they're really looking to center trauma-informed approach into the collaboration of this partnership, which I thought was really unique and appreciated in this space. There was also a call out on this grant around hiring a part-time Spanish speaking artist. Don't believe they've identified that artist yet, but that artist would oversee the translation and production of the songbooks in Spanish. You know, given that the majority of this neighborhood is a Spanish-speaking community, I think it's it's an important and needed call out for participation in the story walks that they're offering. They have 4 artists that are employed. And looking for the community organizer and story walk producer to engage with communities to solicit feedback from individuals that live in these communities, and then they also plan to offer retreats that will allow some in-depth engagement with the project stakeholders, ensuring that there is additional follow through on any community that they see. I think overall, strong organizational capacity to deliver on this grant opportunity. I think as they elevate the affordable housing, health and food access, energy burden, I'm looking for maybe a stronger alignment to the project's subject itself. So in addition to the story walk, around waterways, is how are we translating that into the express community? So whether that is maybe explored through additional community engagement opportunities to understand what is it that the community in those areas, and what can this program offer them, and then elevate in terms of an overall campaign. I'll stop there and talk to, is it NJ?
It's NJ, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. So that was a very solid feedback. It's not easy to follow in those footsteps, but again, I applaud this project. I think it's a very solid concept, and then also want to recognize the effort to preserve, celebrate, and provide more access to the Wintun Patwin history, and also ways of caring for the environment. So in that sense, there is a strong climate justice focus, as well as social justice in the community they're serving. I also am highlighting the intention to empower young artists, and especially Native young artists, and also leaders. I want to mention, because and that was a fact that was well known in the region, that the Culture Bureau they are working with and whose work they're highlighting did fire preparedness and so on for organizations such as CAL FIRE, again, integrating the Native ways into how that teaching and knowledge can be useful to lots of the issues that are happening today. My main suggestions in order to, I want to say, possibly improve or increase the ripple effects and outcomes will be to provide or look into further details on, how will students and underserved community be further empowered beyond what we saw in the description. And also something that I hope they will integrate is, possibly a clear call for action, maybe to for people or the youth, again, they will be catering to volunteer at the Cache Creek Conservancy. That's another educational, added educational opportunity on which land they're already working. And then because they did such a great job at describing the issues that the community in that area is dealing with, lots of the social issues. So I was wondering if the project will give access to some of the resources that are available to alleviate the issues that they have identified. Also, I'm commending them for reaching out to the Yochadihi Nation. I know they're waiting for an answer. So again, I think overall it's a very solid project, and yeah, thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you. Any other comments to add to this one? Okay, we will move to the next application, application number 24, Arts and Culture El Dorado. It is a climate proposal and it happens in El Dorado County. Rachel will lead.
Oh, Kimberly's leading.
Oops, sorry, I'm on the wrong one, Kimberly.
No worries. So the project serves Alpine and El Dorado. The project is entitled Sierra Relief Wildfire Preparedness and Recovery. The project is designed to help El Dorado County communities process the trauma of recent wildfire disasters and connect them with the tools to prepare for and prevent future wildfires. The project is centered around the work of a local artist and her project Forest Song. The artist will be actively involved in the production of works for the community for community display, as well as participatory workshops at community events that will culminate in an exhibit. A larger team of artists will participate at each event in diverse mediums. I think the strong partnership is with the County Fire Safe Council. I would like to see more. I'd like to just see especially if, I like that this project is really focusing on, again, the trauma of the wildfires, so of the fires. So I kind of wanted to see maybe a mental health component or related to health services. So that would, I think, strengthen the application. Definitely targeting the hardest hit community. So I think it's appropriate. The project is well served and appropriate. I will say that the project is focused on a particular artist artwork. And so it's very specific. And so I kind of question, is it too specific? And it starts to open it up. And as you kind of read through, you see a larger list of artists invited on in the project, but it kind of feels like at the end, but it is like really the storyline of the particular artist. So I kind of wanted to find out more and hear more about the larger group of artists and how they're involved in the project. With that, I'll invite Jennifer to add additional comment.
Thank you. In terms of additional comments, really, a lot of mine mirror exactly what you just said, Kimberly. I think what I'll also note is I appreciated that they used both qualitative data and some demographic information to really paint the story of the need for more attention to rural communities to process these traumas and move forward. And I think it was a very clear and actionable proposal and presents a strong approach to move forward with. I did just have a question in terms of with the specific events that would accompany these art pieces where they would have opportunities to engage with the community. I wondered if there's more opportunity to increase impact at those events, potentially bringing in other partners, or development of more action-oriented materials could also be used to help recruit individuals and access some of the services from the EDC partner listed in the application.
Thank you. Any additional comments? NJ?
Thank you. I'll be brief. Okay, so I couldn't help but notice that they were very sensitive in the way they drafted the program. So I'm really commending them for that. My suggestion in the breakdown of the timeline, it was very clear, clearly outlined how they will reach out to CBOs and so on. So that is clear, but what was not as clear, and I'm inviting them to address that if they can, is community input. So hearing from the affected residents. And the other thing also is the project going to provide a platform for the residents to directly also address elected officials on those issues, because they stated that they intend to invite the elected officials to the exhibit and so on, which I think is fantastic. And when it comes to the final outcome, again, Jason touched on that earlier in addressing all the organizations. Just want to also extend an invitation to communicate more clearly on accessibility, thinking of the residents who won't be able to leave the home, because what they describe requires going to the place where the exhibit is happening. So they know the area where they live better than me. My question is, what will be the best way to provide access? Is it via mail? Could they access, with mailed material, the content of the exhibit, online access? But I don't want to assume that everyone has the equipment for that. So, and if they decide also to explore that further, just a very kind reminder to integrate that in the budget. And this was a good proposal, obviously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we can finalize our scores here. We're actually in pretty good shape. We're not very far behind where we thought we would be. And this was the time that we decided we're going to take our break. So we are going to take a 30-minute break. Please feel free, everybody, to stretch, eat, do whatever you need to do. And we're scheduled to be back here at 12:20 our time. So again, 30 minutes. So you can just all turn everything off. And to our guests, thank you for coming, and please come back, stay, just mute yourselves. We are ready to begin. This is application number 25. The applicant is KVIE. The application's focus is social justice. The primary county is Sacramento. And I think this is Rachel's going to introduce this one.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, and just to confirm, the region is Sacramento and El Dorado counties. So it's spanning.
I'm sorry.
across.
Yes, thank you.
And the project is really to complete the production of a feature-length documentary that explores California's history of racial violence and injustice through the stories of marginalized communities. A little bit about the organization. It is a PBS affiliated station, 20th largest right now, and does have some history of programming, provides Spanish programming, as well as documentaries on communities of color and LGBTQ+. So really the focus of the project, they have been in production of a documentary called Hangtown for nearly 3 years. And so this funding would be used to close the gap to really finish the production of the documentary, as well as host 10 to 20 screenings and panel discussions in these communities with community members. And so the documentary, as mentioned, is really to educate communities and policymakers about systemic injustice in California, as well as giving marginalized people opportunity to have their voice heard with engaging and exploring opportunities for restitution and economic redress. And so some of the notes I had here, clearly this organization has capacity. They've been doing documentary and media outreach work for half a century. And again, because this is an extension of a project, a lot of the elements have already been in the works for the past couple of years. They've already built engagement and cross-sector partnership with organizations in the area. Two of the main primary subjects of the film come from marginalized areas of Sacramento and El Dorado, and really they're just sharing their history and personal story, which is driving the main theme of the documentary. They do have 24 artists engaged, 13 addressed in marginalized communities, but did note that all artists do come from the community. And really just the documentary is trying to help communities better understand historical racism and how they may fight for justice. So I did think that, in completion, again, the budget was very much in line with trying to wrap up production of what had already been occurring for the development of the documentary. But I do appreciate that, on top of just completing the documentary, which will be shared, and because of the affiliation with PBS does have a potential for a pretty wide audience, not just locally, but nationally, that there was a lot of thought and planning into having screenings at the local level with panel discussions and bringing in folks, including people in the documentary, so they could be there to kind of interact with the community, as well as engage in kind of their stories as well. So overall, I think it does have a strong ability to be a really good outreach and communications campaign. I do think that there was a lot of thought that went into working with the community during the production, and of course, the dissemination of the film once completed.
Thank you. Kimberly, anything to add?
Yeah, just wanted to reiterate that it had a strong and diverse list of project partners and key artists. And, their strength is that they're a known, capable entity that has the ability to bring, national awareness to these stories, which is strong.
Thank you.
That's it.
Any additional comments? Okay, thank you. Please finalize your scores for that applicant, and we'll move to number 26, which is Freedom Bound Center, or Soul Collective. And the focus is social justice, and the project area is in both Sacramento and in Yolo counties. This is NJ.
Thank you. So we are evaluating, I'm sorry because I'm coughing a bit, we're evaluating a project from Soul Collective. They've been in activity for a very long time. So since 2005, I need to say, as someone who lives in the Sacramento region, that they are well known for the body of work. They offer activities that touch on multiple media. They cater to people of all ages, with an emphasis in providing accessibility to Black and Brown communities. And very briefly, sorry, because I'm scrolling. Okay, so just to give you some context, they have an activist called Media Lab Solistic Wellness, which is a play on the word Soul Collective. They do host cultural arts workshop. They have outdoors activity, and they also have a strong emphasis on the services they're providing the youth. I'm sharing all of that again because it demonstrates a very strong and bandwidth in doing the work that they seek about doing. They operate in Sacramento and Yolo via their cross sector partners. They have a history of working with partners that are across sectors. So now I'm going to focus on the activity that they're proposing. Here we go. So they are focusing on providing access to outdoors activity. And like I said, there is an emphasis on providing that access to Black and Brown youth. And so they want to do that in a way that integrates arts. So they're planning on partnering with artists and to empower the people who will participate in creating drawings and just connect with the natural environment. And so that includes, access to nature spaces like hikes, nature walks, campouts, so drawing and painting of items found in nature, writing of poems with nature inspiration. There's going to be also film photography, photo printing. They have a printing lab. And sampling of natural sounds. So you notice with what was described that they are basically integrating all the different senses, except maybe the one for taste. And some of the partners are Latino Outdoors. They are community-based partners, and also the Israel family, which is a Black-owned farm that also has a strong educational component, and they intend to document the whole process. Sacred Eye Media is one of the partners, and the list goes on. Overall, I would like to share that the proposal is very, very strong. Again, they have the capacity, they have the bandwidth, they have the experience. They're already well established in the community, so they have a strong and big mailing list and various ways of reaching out to the community via also their partners. And so the main suggestion that I will add here is, oh, sorry, I'm really sorry for coughing. But since the activities that they're proposing will take place outdoors, maybe in some parks, I don't know if they will consider as an additional cross-sector partner involving maybe the entity of the park or the space that they will be using, and again leaving it up to them to see if that will be appropriate. But another thing also that stood out a bit for me, because they mentioned that the reason they created that proposal is because they want to provide access to wellness and mental wellness. And they were explaining how being able to be in touch with nature does wonders for cognitive abilities and stress and so on. So in that, again, I know they have a wellness component in the activities they're offering, so I'm guessing also specialists. But if, again, in the area there is an indigenous, Latino, BIPOC-led wellness center as well, so maybe that will be an additional partner that they could add, again, if it's appropriate. And then at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Mallory.
That was a great description. I'll add a few details. I wished there was more money in the budget going to artists. A lot of it was production crew. I also had some trouble understanding the relationship between really what that arts-based outreach campaign was. Sort of that, like the depth of the outreach component that was based in arts. I was excited about the art projects that were happening in nature. I thought that those were pretty unique and well imagined. I'll stop there.
Okay, thanks. Anybody have anything else to add?
I echo a lot of what's been said by both NJ and Mallory. I will add that I was also hopeful to see a little more in the project to take this really great concepts and addressing the issue of BIPOC access to outdoor space, but how would it be a communication campaign? And they seem to rely on social media to support it. And while they identified a range of their past work and partners, I thought this could have been strengthened by maybe identifying some specific community-based organizations or others that would participate to help round out the cross-sector approach. And again, thinking and having a little more information about how to use these important activities, but from a broader messaging and artistic perspective.
Great, thank you. Okay, you can finalize your scores for this one. And we will move on to application number 27, Neighborhood Works, and it is a social justice campaign in Sacramento. And the lead reader for this one is Jennifer.
Yes, so this, as noted, is a proposal for a social justice campaign in Sacramento focused on the Del Paso Heights neighborhood to develop a mural. This proposal includes 2 artists, and it addresses their involvement of residents to help inform and guide development of the murals. I thought that in the proposal there was great information on a background of similar types of efforts this organization has led, cross-sector partnerships, and work for murals. What was perhaps missing from the proposal was a little more description of broader impact and additional attention to the communications aspect of this work. I would have liked to have seen a little more detail on how to work with other partners to really engage the community. They seemed to rely on public notices and press releases, but perhaps neighborhood associations or other CBOs could have really assisted here in making this more robust. Also, in reviewing this and looking at the budget relative to the outcome for the murals, again, I thought there was funding lacking for the communications aspect of this proposal. I'll pass it to our second reader for this.
Okay, and that's Shiloh, I believe.
Jennifer, thanks for that summary. A couple of things that I noted and agree with, with your summation as well is I was looking for things, although my experience with this organization, really strong roots to this neighborhood and specifically this community. And so, from that perspective, was excited to see them engaging in this way. I think I would have liked to have seen some additional collaborative partners who could help with the execution of the community engagement strategies. I think that's just one area of potential opportunity for this grant application.
Great, thanks. Any additional comments? Okay, we're gonna finalize those scores and move to application number 28, which is the Brazilian Center for Cultural Exchange of Sacramento. The focus of this application is climate conservation, and it's a Sacramento organization. 28.
I think that's me, right?
Yes, thanks.
All right, I'll kick it off here. So as Melissa mentioned, project is focused on public awareness related to water and energy conservation. Also, some themes of climate mitigation, energy preparedness, relief and recovery. There's a lot of key messages that I noticed throughout this grant application. Get a little bit more into that as maybe some opportunities in that space. There's focus on the Black and Latino communities in Sacramento, which this organization has a history of supporting with their organization, their events, and their programming. So have strong capacity to execute on programs that support this community. This project will employ 15 artists, and the artists will develop creative materials for the campaign throughout the project scope. So they have several subtopics, and each one of those subtopics will kick off with an educational event hosted by the Brazilian Center. This is where artists will connect with community, they'll connect with subject matter expertise to go deeper into understanding the subtopic around climate impacts and climate mitigation and energy preparedness. And then really for them to be able to dive deeper into inspiration and then create a plan for more community engagement happening for additional quarterly events. And they're looking, I believe, at 2 at the Brazilian Center, and then 2 at other local community centers that they're engaged with. So focus of the campaign: awareness, high level climate change, key messages. They've got 5 key messages that are listed around Sacramento being a diverse city, and how climate change really impacts people on a very different level, depending on their backgrounds and experiences, that Sacramento's people are connected to people all over the world through our shared atmosphere, and that those connections through shared experience of changing climate would be important to elevate, and also the shared responsibility that we all have in engaging with our communities in this space. They do have one cross sector partner for this called out as the Governor's Climate and Forest Task Force, which they'll be utilizing to engage with various communities. I think the one I would just say call out maybe opportunity here is because there are several key messages for the campaign. My consideration or my fear for this was that would it be challenging to go in depth on any one of those key messages, and maybe just the organization maybe spreading themselves a little bit thin in terms of their focus around this specific area. Not to suggest they don't have capacity to do it all, but as you're putting out messages into into the world, narrowly focusing those to some extent might be helpful in this space, because I think climate change by nature is one of those topics that, to their point, is uniquely different for everyone. And so I think just a lot of diverse thought and a lot of diverse messages in this campaign as well. So overall, solid application, and maybe an opportunity to narrowly focus it a bit.
Thanks. Additional comments, NJ?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I was thinking that they could benefit from reaching out to the community early on. It's very clear that they will convene with artists, and but it wasn't very clear on the fact that, how community driven the project will be. So my advice will be to make sure that they hear also from the community in the very beginning and ask about the current concerns and needs in relations to the topics that they will cover. So every quarter, there's going to be a quarter on climate and nature, climate and justice, climate and livelihood, climate and health, and that is going to be linked to what's happening further south in the Americas. And I'll upload that. On that note, again, just want to make sure that the delivery is going to also match the needs of the community. The last thing for each of the topics that I listed, I applaud them for segmenting it, like focusing on one topic for every quarter. But I think that they could benefit from adding a subject matter expert on each of those topics. So one subject matter expert that they're working on a particular quarter to ensure the accuracy of the message. And Shiloh mentioned going as in depth as possible, and I think that will help cover that. Thank you.
Any additional comments on this applicant? Okay, finalize your scores and we'll move to number 29, Hidden Temple Media. This is a social justice campaign. Hidden Temple Media is an artist collective, and the county is Sacramento. And Jason's going to introduce.
Thank you. So this project will support communities in Sacramento County. It involves the production of a documentary film that sheds light on the struggles faced by Latino immigrants and people of color working in the farms. There was a strong connection to an underserved Latinx Hispanic farm worker community. I would have liked further articulation of accessibility measures, again, with regards to film production. In the project design, there was maybe a missed opportunity to provide more details around the project timeline. However, I did appreciate the inclusion of focus groups with local community members that would be gathering their insight, providing feedback prior to the community screenings. That said, I also wanted to know if opportunities for engagement happened at the planning and production stages. It was a bit unclear which phase of the project community input could begin outside of inclusion as film subjects themselves. I appreciated the background of two artistic personnel in particular who had very clear experience rooted in the subject matter, personal experience, personal connections, and the principal community to be highlighted. There was strong evidence of the production collective's experience working on public campaigns and similar film projects. There was a clear, comprehensive budget. It was relevant to the project design. I wanted to know a little bit more about how the project partners would expand upon and extend the project reach outside of the in-person screenings that they identify. Let's see. Strong partnerships include Latino Arts and Culture Center, La Familia Counseling Center, to host documentary screening events. That said, I wanted to know a little bit more about how they might be also directly involved in the outreach efforts. Good overall team experience working within the focused priority efforts, and good evidence of the project collaboratives work with similar marginalized communities.
Thank you. Rachel, anything to add?
That was very good. We had identical thoughts, Jason. I also appreciated the proposal. Definitely have experience in developing, executing communication activities. Really commend just the focus of the project for this particular community, and really doing an activity or communication to highlight some of the issues that this particular population is experiencing. The only critique I had a little bit with the proposal is, though I do appreciate that the two local community-based organizations that they're working with, in which they're offering the 2 screenings is very appropriate to the audience. However, they did mention that at these screenings that they would, it's really for the community member awareness, but also to offer resources, but they never described any details of what those resources would be for people attending those events. And the other was just something that Jason had already mentioned, but I would have liked to see a plan for further distribution of the video, as well as maybe some additional outreach or cross-sector partnerships with other agencies that could raise a voice to these particular issues. So maybe inviting government officials or other justice advocacy groups to really see the reach and impact of this film and this project have full potential.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
Yes, I will be brief. So there was just a little bit of confusion on my end, because they are saying that the film starts with the 2022 Farmers March to Sacramento that advocates for the passing of Assembly Bill 2183. If passed, this bill will allow farm workers and so on. So the confusion, I understand that they're documenting that, but I wasn't sure. It wasn't clear to me when I read the application that they had already recorded all of that process, because the bill passed in January of this year. And that was not, I didn't, when I read the timeline, and they're talking pre-production and production, but without providing details. And I know that they will be interviewing the farm workers, and I also very much applaud the topic. So I just wish they had given a little bit more insight into which phase they were at already. And then the last thing, just again, a suggestion. They are a media organizations, and they are partnering with, arts and counseling center, which is fantastic. I will invite them to consider reaching out to the union farm workers, since that is so central to the topic, and possibly also to the Community Alliance for Family Farms. Those are organizations that also have direct access to farm workers of color working in farms. I was surprised that there wasn't a cross-sector partner that was affiliated with the farm workers in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If there are no other comments, please finalize your scores for that one. And we will move to application number 30, Wellspring Women's Center. This is a social justice focused application in Sacramento, and Mallory will lead.
Yes, this is an application for Sacramento County. The organization is Wellspring Women's Center, which provides a nutritious meal program, a children's corner program, safety net program, and a women's wellness program, the latter being their most beloved or well used. I was impressed with this organization and the work that the Women's Center does. They've proposed what I can summarize as a documentary film project. The explanation of cross-sector partners in that list were so it was the lead organization is Women's Center, and then the filmmakers, the various roles of the film production team were the cross-sector partners. And there's some community input in the process of creating this film. Some of the things that I want to point out is that this is proposed as a full-length film, so 40 to 60 minutes. And the film time listed was 10 days. I thought that was very ambitious to film in 10 days. A full-length film, documentary film. So I was kind of skeptical of the timeline feasibility. I'm also wondering, I've made a similar comment with other applications. What is the explanation for a full-length documentary film as opposed to shorter films? Why are we choosing this particular vehicle for the communications campaign? And then I was also, I guess this actually connects to that first point about the timeline. So they mentioned that they're going to follow families for 6 months, but the shoot is listed as 10 days. So I wasn't clear if maybe they had started production following the families for a while, and then the 10 days of the shoot is really the portion of the film that they're looking to get funded through this. So some questions remain for me about the timeline. Again, I was really excited about the work that the organization does. And I found it interesting that the proposal centered on the issue of the phenomena of being unhoused kind of more broadly. And I just think it could have been so powerful to specifically focus on the population that the Wellspring Women's Center serves. So I kept waiting to see are we going to focus on the unhoused women in particular? Because that's really, to me, where the cross-sectorness of this partnership would have really shined. Because the point to me of a cross-sector partnership is to bring together the lived experience and the expertise that we can't have alone, but we can have together. And I think that if this project is about the unhoused population, I wonder if there was maybe a more appropriate partner who specifically is working more broadly with unhoused people. But this is a women's organization. And so I feel like there was just that kind of extra level, really showing how these organizations and collaborators come together to specialize in this particular, story that they're telling. I was also I was wondering, it sometimes this came off as if the filmmaker put the application together and kind of pitched it to the nonprofit, which, I think is not a problem. But it wasn't clear to me how much collaboration they'd had in co-creating this. And again, that's where the yellow flag of me thinking, why isn't this really incorporating the expertise of the core organization that is applying the Women's Wellness Center? I have a little bit of hesitation about a documentary filming a pretty vulnerable population that doesn't have a lot of detail in description about how to mitigate the potential challenges and security and identity and all of the, I think, safety issues that might come up in making a documentary like this. And then lastly, I think my question always with documentary films is, do the subjects want it made, and what is the impact going to be for them? If this is a communications campaign, yes, I get that we're sharing the people's stories, but sort of like, to what effect? Why does that? What is the intention of sharing them? What are we hoping happens? And specifically with this cross-sector partner of the Wellspring Women's Center, what can happen because this partner is involved, and how can you leverage that partnership to make the impact even more powerful? I'll pass it to the second reviewer.
Kimberly, anything to add?
Thank you, Mallory. I just want to note that it's the same production team as Entrance 6. So they had the pretty much identical bios and crew with the change of, I think, one artist. So want to highlight that there's a potential double funding of artists if to go forward or not. Just want to highlight that for the group.
Thank you. And I will, thanks for commenting on that. That's an important thing to bring up. We got that question from some people. Was it okay for artists to be incorporated, same artist in different projects? And we did make the determination that, you know, there are certain artists who have certain specialties, and yeah, that is fine as long as the projects are very discrete and very specific. And those artists will be scored based on the projects that they're incorporated into. So it's just something that we just told people to be really conscious of when they were submitting applications. So thanks for bringing that up. Any other comments on this one?
Yes.
NJ?
Yes, I'll be brief. I just wanted to address, I think it was Kimberly, the question about why full length or why, sorry, it was Mallory, full length, or, you know, why 10 days, because will that be enough time? I totally understand the question, but I thought that the 10 days, the way I understood it is because they're serving a transient population. And so maybe for the cohesion of, you know, the film and so on, they will do their best to pack it in that small amount of time, because again, oftentimes some of the people they're serving are nomadic. They come, they don't know when they will see them again because they don't, you know, stay on site and so on. So just offering a bit of an explanation there.
And may I just throw in that this is a good reason why, this is a good example of why it's really important for an applicant to be as clear as possible in their application, because it leaves it up to us, or it leaves it up to a panel to fill in the blanks. And you both filled in the blanks maybe a little differently, and we shouldn't have to do that. So again, sometimes more is more in an application, especially when you're getting down to something that somebody might question. So it's just a note for applicants. So thank you both for that. Okay, if there are no more comments, then we will move on to the next application, which is number 31, and this is Center for Land-Based Learning. And I will just point out, the panelists would know this, but they have submitted an application both in this category and in the other category. An applicant, if they were selected, could only do one. And so just want to be clear about that. And NJ, you are.
Yes, so I wanted to ask your permission, Melissa, and the permission of my peers, because you already basically reviewed the application. It's exactly the same verbatim. And so the only difference is the amount of award money they're applying for. And I'm guessing, you know, that is it something that we're going to discuss? We are going to make a decision regarding if we're awarding 117 or 300,000.
Yes.
So are we doing this when we reconvene?
Yes, that
okay.
that was in the decision-making process.
Okay.
So I guess if you're asking me, do you need to reintroduce this again?
No, I'm asking permission to move to the next application because you already reviewed that one.
Absolutely. Anybody have any other comments that they want to make? I just want to give people an opportunity, but if not, we can move to the next application.
I will just add that reviewing this scaled proposal, which I believe they also scaled accordingly, the production of videos as part of this proposal. I'll put out there maybe just the question or observation. I still think there's strong history of work that this organization brings that they've identified in the application. And I think the question I still would have is, as was discussed earlier, kind of bringing in some of that community-driven aspect and how these documentaries would also be used for messaging campaign. Forgive me, not documentaries, these brief videos. So I think those questions still remain, whether or not this is an abbreviated or expanded approach.
That's great. Thank you for those comments. Yeah. If there are no other comments, then you can score this application. And we will move on to application number 32. I will use the word culture, CLTRE, Unseen Heroes application. This is a social justice project in Sacramento County, and Mallory, you're the lead.
I will also pronounce it Culture. So Culture is a community development corporation, and they're committed to shifting the cultural landscape in Sacramento by 2040. They build culture, make culture, and keep culture within underserved and culturally rich neighborhoods. This project is in Sacramento County. They are proposing to leverage the power of art to build community pride, create a sense of place in neighborhoods. They are going to engage a lot of different creatives, including a creative director, a makeup artist, models, a DJ, a poet, musician. So it kind of came off to me like almost like a festival atmosphere that they're going to be creating within their target neighborhood. I was curious to know, I was able to kind of both picture this project and kind of feel the energy of this festival atmosphere, and could really tell that this this applicant has what seems to be a great track record of doing this neighborhood work and has had some success in doing that. So, but while I also was able to kind of feel the energy of this festival environment, I was also having trouble really understanding the details of how all of these different proposed creatives would be working together and what their roles would be. I'm also wondering if, kind of how the selection of these different artistic practitioners was made. Are these artists selected because they in particular are the strongest artists from this particular neighborhood? They have ties here. Did they have these relationships previously? it was very intriguing, the selection of artists that they had chosen, and I wanted a little bit more background into why they were working with those particular artists. They also mentioned that I believe it was 14 artists from marginalized backgrounds, and I didn't get enough in the bios and the descriptions of the artists to really feel confident in that. They listed a lot of artists, and I just was kind of wondering if they had more evidence that they could show me to make me feel confident that they are in fact going to engage that many artists from those backgrounds. Community input was mentioned, but I did not see much of a plan or what the communities are giving input about in particular. And just that's so important to this particular opportunity. So I wanted more of that spelled out, but impressed with the organization themselves.
Thank you. Jason, anything else to add?
Yeah, some similar sentiments. I did appreciate their articulation of evaluation measures. I did like the comprehensive artistic components of the project, but I did want to know more about their past experience in those specific neighborhoods. Specific examples of project design relevant to those communities would have been helpful. And I did appreciate their examples of cross-sector work.
Okay, thank you. Anybody want to add anything to these comments? Okay, we'll finalize those scores and we'll move on to application number 33, which is Atrium 916. It is a climate focused application in Sacramento County. And where am I? Jennifer will lead, sorry.
Sorry, I was slow to unmute to help you there, Melissa. So as noted, this is a proposal from Atrium 916, a nonprofit arts and culture organization for a public awareness campaign. This identifies that the National Stewardship Action Council would be a partner, and the proposal is on messaging with the creative use of actors and development of costumes to educate visitors, businesses, and the community generally in the Old Sacramento district, focused around reducing waste, transitioning to compostables, and more. I thought that overall this application was really strong, where it described the history of past work, which involved creatives and spread a message and spread stories. There is strong evidence that Atrium 916 can engage in doing creative things that bring together kind of diverse cross-sector issues. So I really appreciated that involvement of creatives on issues of sustainability. Some of the additional observations in reviewing the proposal is it focuses on including 2 artists that come from marginalized communities or experiences. And while both of these individuals have great backgrounds, I thought the proposal could have been strengthened from inclusion of more artists or description of additional recruitment tasks, recruitment approaches to bring in other creatives and community groups for full deployment of the proposed concept. And it's a very creative concept. It involves creating costumes and actors to really engage and spread awareness about issues of waste. And I really loved this catchy sort of different approach to bring these issues forward. This could have been strengthened by providing, I think, some more specifics or some data to help provide evidence to support the efficacy of this approach. I thought this looks like something they could surely implement. Again, based on all of the information in the application, it would be great at grabbing attention, but it wasn't clear looking at the application how broad the impact of this would be to fund 2 artists in this approach. And although the proposal identifies partners, it also references inclusion of businesses in the city. It didn't really give much detail into the extent of involvement of those organizations or how they would really be brought alongside, or the roles they would play in perhaps the messaging, the engagement, and other tactics. And I think that could have helped to strengthen this, particularly, again, to help augment the impact elements of the application. So last note I have here related again to the impact is, while reducing waste is a key issue, I think would have been interested to see as well how this concept maybe reflects priorities of the broader community, or how community voice played into shaping this concept, and why this particular facet was the sole focus for a messaging campaign. Yeah, so again, really interesting way to engage creatives on this sustainability issue. I think the co-partnership or cross-sector approach could have been strengthened by more specific roles for other partners, and perhaps, again, building out a broader list, or explaining the process for bringing more folks into this process and documenting outcomes. I will pass it here to Rachel, I believe.
Yes, thank you. Shared very, very similar thoughts with you, Jennifer. One of the notes I had is I did note that, I would have liked to have seen how they plan to recruit additional artists. They had just mentioned a couple, but there really wasn't a description of recruitment, or if those artists would be coming from marginalized communities, though the descriptions of the artists they provided did have extensive creative backgrounds. Again, it would have been strengthened if they had more connection to the community they were serving. I also would have liked to see just a little bit more detail provided in the timeline. There was very minimal description, so it was hard for me to understand if the activities would be feasible and what would be happening to different parts of the project. And then finally, just also understanding the impact. I think the project concept is very unique and creative and engaging, but there really was no way for them to track, the impact or the reach in the project. They kind of just state that anybody who comes to Sacramento, but really understanding at the local level how this is impacting and changing and addressing the priority focus could have really strengthened this application. They do mention in the timeline at the end that there is some kind of evaluation, but there was no detail on what that was. And so maybe just for future thoughts of just trying to understand how can they measure or engage, with this kind of more theatrical performancing? How can they really track and know that this messaging is reaching people that are interacting in their project? And then what is the long-term impact, as you mentioned, with the businesses and others in Sacramento, and how are they kind of playing a role into addressing, kind of the overall arch of the activity?
I just wanted to add, I think it's creative, but I struggled with the efficacy of the format. And it seems that it's really more geared towards the businesses and restaurants and sustainability related to the service food industry and the serviceware and plastic consumption. And so is actors dressed up in historical wardrobes walking throughout the district the best way to really target businesses in that area? I kind of struggle with that format.
Okay. There are no other comments, then we can move to the next application, which is number 34. Excuse me, which is community responsive education. It is a social justice campaign in Sacramento County, and this will be led by Rachel.
Yes. So the main focus of this project is to conduct an engagement campaign to address trauma resulting from sexual violence, with a focus on supporting survivors from marginalized communities. Chosen art form is going to be storytelling via film and design production. And they do have this project broken down into about 4 phases. The first, onboarding team and artists. The second, conducting about 12 sessions on different trauma-informed and kind of meditation and wellness and story writing and things of that nature. And the third phase is creation of stories from the artists using story development, feedback, and filming. And then the fourth phase is community involvement and sharing, in which they plan to produce design and that they will distribute at an encompassing kind of final community event. So the form of storytelling via film and design will really try to enable survivors of sexual abuse and assault to convey their experiences creatively, promoting awareness, and especially addressing the stigma around sexual violence. And outputs will be as resources to promote awareness and also encourage healing. Some of the notes I had, and first just want to commend, because I do believe this might be one of the only proposals that addresses sexual violence. So I really commend, because this can be a very difficult topic. It makes a lot of people uncomfortable. So for them to kind of take this one and to really be thoughtful about their proposal, I do really appreciate. At their budget, they do compensate the participants that the artists will be working with to kind of share and to amplify their stories, was admirable. And they do mention, the artists and the staff that will be involved in the project will receive some kind of training in trauma-informed care, which I did appreciate. Again, just going back to knowing the sensitivity of this particular project and the thoughtfulness of making sure that they're making a comfortable, safe space for the community members that they're engaging. Additionally, they do provide details about the distribution of the design. One of them does mention schools, so I don't know if that was already a confirmed partnership, but, just wanted to know if that was just potential, but, sharing a material like this in high schools might be a little bit of a challenge, but the other areas they attended to share were, domestic violence shelters, community events. And so I do think that they have the potential to reach a lot of the audience that they're serving. The one note I will say is that they do mention that they're going to do a design and a video, but they never kind of give detail about much of the video. And they say it will be at the final community event, but that's not really indicated on where that would be exactly. So maybe just a little bit more detail about where that would have happened and how they're going to get community members to that event. And then finally, they do mention that, of the 6 participants that the artist will be working with will be hand selected due to sensitive nature, which is, totally understandable. I would have just liked to ensure, a sentence or two to make sure that these individuals were representative of the marginalized community or the audience that they're serving, just so that way, when folks are trying to relate or trying to make connection, that there is something there for them. But other than that, I think it was a pretty strong proposal. I do think it was really thought out, well designed. They do have a potential for a really strong communication around this particular topic. So yeah.
Thank you. Mallory, anything to add?
Yeah, I was also impressed with this application. I thought the vision of the proposal was a great way to bring to use the expertise and background of the lead organization and apply it to a really important issue. I was curious to learn more about the particular community that they propose working in, and are there specific statistics or information about sexual violence in that area that make this issue even more important in this area to kind of set that sense of urgency. And then also I think this is something I've said a few times, but just would love for more of the budget go to artists instead of creative agencies. I just see them as different creative professionals.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Okay, we can move to the next application, number 35. This is the Sacramento Brass Band Collective. And it is a social justice proposal in both Sacramento and Yolo counties. And Jason's going to introduce it.
Great, thank you. So this project proposes multiple second line parades and festivals in the Sacramento communities of Del Paso and South Sacramento. So, yeah. Combined with artist development sessions, which I was intrigued by. I would have liked to know a little bit more about what would happen, what would occur, what the curriculum and material might be. I appreciated the band members' identification within the marginalized and target communities. The project budget was clear and appropriate to the project design. It does, they do indicate past partnerships with the Sacramento Library, Sacramento Municipal Utilities District, or SMUD, Black Artist and Black Artist Foundry. I was a little bit unclear on what the social justice component or focus may be. For example, the connection of program design to their mission of community justice and engagement rallies is not as clearly fleshed out as I would have liked. It's a little unclear how project outcomes will be measured and what their intended impact will be. I wanted to know how many artists would be involved in these professional development workshops, and how the social justice work indicated in their focused priority areas would manifest in the project design. However, there is clear benefit to community exposure to this art form. I get a sense of the engagement, the commitment, the joy, and the pride in integrating this art form to different parts of the Sacramento community. I appreciated the organizational involvement within similar communities, and there's a strong evidence of artistic achievement in past community performances. I think that is what I have.
Thank you. Jennifer, anything to add?
Yeah, very similar comments to Jason. I shared a lot of those same sentiments. I think a really impressive group of artists. It seemed like a really exciting opportunity to expand their work. I had questions, and I think this could have been stronger by just better clarifying some of those communication outcomes. And I just was trying to understand, was it just the performance of music itself that's the outcome? So kind of echoing what Jason said, trying to understand the social justice kind of tie-in. And again, access is great. I think it could have just been better articulated, that vision of how these one-time events would build and shift things for these priority communities.
Thank you. Does anyone want to add any comments to this? NJ.
Yes, thank you. I will be brief. I thought that this was a very interesting application. I had this chuckle because it just made me so happy to hear it. I just could feel the joy through, the sound. I looked at the website and just there's so much positivity via the music, and again, the access that they're providing, musical style. That said, I see the cross-sector partners that they've partnered with. And I think that because of the community they're serving, majority Black, Latino, Indigenous community in that area, because also we are in election season, 2024, there's going to be federal, state, local elections. I think that in terms of cross-sector agency, they could, if they wanted, this is not go in the, the reviewing, but I really need to share this. If they wanted, they could think of adding ACLU, NAACP, League of Women's Voters. What I mean is their core focus is social justice and community engagement. There is a history of people not being able to vote for various reasons because they, don't know where to find a voting center, how to register. And because of the community that they're drawing, the hundreds of thousands of people that they have a reach to, if they wanted, where they have those pop-up events and music, one of the cross-sector organizations could have a voter registration booth and so on. So this is just the civic engagement, community engagement bit. I just feel like I had to say it, but I want to tell the applicant that this is a strong and I believe very joyous application. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, if there are no other comments, we are going to move to number 36, which is Square Root Academy. This is a climate-focused application with work in Sacramento County, and Mallory has been introduced this one.
Yeah, so the lead applicant is Square Root Academy, and they expose youth to the fundamentals of STEAM, which is science, technology, education, arts, and math, through high quality hands-on project-based education. They exclusively serve Title I schools in after-school programming, along with community-facing facilities like public libraries and community centers. They seek to ensure that their team is culturally reflective of the population they serve. They talk about how they actively embed diversity, equity, and inclusion practices in their work. This would take place in Sacramento County. And the organization is looking to launch a campaign that educates and activates community members of all ages and promotes environmental justice through their neighborhoods. So it's both a digital and a physical campaign. they call out 3 primary tools to get community members: a QR code, scavenger hunt app, youth-focused educational experiences, and amplified youth voice through content creation. So it's both physical and online campaign. I thought that they made a good case for why this kind of a cross-sector project is needed in this particular place and with this particular community. So I love how they dropped us into that, really the need from a particular geography. I would love to have seen some additional proof that climate change education is, in particular, is under-resourced in the targeted communities, just to kind of bolster what already was a strong case that they made. And I really wanted more information about the artists that would be involved, because that's really so core to this opportunity. So I think a little bit of a missed opportunity to flesh that out more.
Thank you. Kimberly, anything to add?
Yeah, I thought it was a very fun and different project, and bridging kind of art and science together for youth. So I thought that was strong. Gets community involved in the co-creation. Huge impact to disadvantaged communities. I think that's all is great, but I think the artists employed on the project is low compared to others. They have 4 artists and employed on the project. And so I know that those artists will be working in really kind of the tech and the app and getting all that going. That would then facilitate and support the larger community and youth to get involved. So that was the only thing that I felt kind of could be strengthened a bit, but very highly creative and could be a really cool project.
Thank you. Any other comments? Jennifer?
I'll add that I would have liked to have seen some more cross-sector partners, particularly to address the climate issues, and to echo a little bit of what Mallory said regarding more information and thought on the climate piece of this proposal. Also, this application linked to external spreadsheets, and so from that perspective, I didn't see a schedule or really clear summary of the tasks. So while I really liked these concepts, I struggled to evaluate this one because it felt incomplete, and it introduced a project name late in the application, and I couldn't understand if that's referring to past work, if that's this concept. So it was hard for me to follow this one despite really liking the concept.
Thanks. NJ?
Thank you. I just wanted to encourage the applicant to also integrate more visibly the accessibility aspect of the project. And I'm referring to language justice, encouraging English, Spanish accessibility, and that they will also see if the cross-sector partners will have that integrated. And then I'm also thinking again of differently able community members. So I think that will be a big plus.
Thank you. Okay, you can finalize your scores. We are getting down to the wire here. We have 10 more to get through. So thanks for hanging in and for these thoughtful comments. We're on number 37. This is the Tahoe Art League. It is a social justice campaign, and it is in El Dorado County. And Jennifer will introduce.
Yes, this project, it is led, as noted, by Tahoe Art League, a nonprofit arts and culture organization. And although this is a social community messaging focus, I appreciated that this includes environmental issues as well as part of the focus for raising awareness. 20 plus artists are intended to be engaged following a call for proposals process. key partner for this is South Tahoe Refuge, which seems to manage the trash services for the community. The proposal also references other social services group that they work with and performances that they're a part of. So I liked the concept. It was clear, actionable. They're going to recruit artists, try to prioritize the marginalized communities and people with these experiences. And then they're going to wrap large trash bins to try and raise awareness of local issues in South Lake Tahoe. So they seemed to provide a lot of qualitative information that helped to assert why these were key issues. A few areas where this could have been stronger includes more detail to some of the additional events and messaging that they reference in their proposal. I would have liked some more commitment in terms of maybe what those events were like, other partner organizations they would do these with to ensure people heard the messages and could take those calls to action. Another approach here for the project, it's oriented towards action. They have multilingual resources referenced in the proposal. I think overall a good concept. I think perhaps not clear in my mind the true impact or outcomes from the bin wraps. And I think seems like, again, actionable, but maybe could go a little further to take it a step beyond in terms of a full-on communications campaign with just some additional detail if it were provided in the application.
Thank you. Shiloh, any additional comments?
I just echo Jennifer's summary of the information. I thought this was unique at addressing a significant issue that the Tahoe community is facing. Affordable access to affordable housing. I think the overall campaign, unique opportunity, but I think, like Jennifer, I was wanting more in terms of how to bring real education and awareness to the challenges facing the community. It seemed like a fun, lighthearted approach in some respects. Some of their messages that were included on the bins were unique and interesting, but really looking for that more core focus around the education component and awareness.
Thank you. Mallory, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm always excited about a collaboration with the refuge department. So I thought it was really creative. And yet kind of a double-edged sword for me, because I was wondering, why is this the right partner, and why are these receptacles the right vehicle or outlet for this specific project? I wonder if you were to substitute a different partner and or a different vehicle for the communications campaign, would it be more powerful? And to me, the answer is yes. So I'm just wondering how the partnership formed and why we're using dumpsters to share information about social justice related actions people can take and resources that they can gain. I didn't feel like, while I might be able to speculate about why, I just didn't see that evidenced in the application.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we're going to move on to number 38. And number 38 is the Yours, Mine, and Our Collective. It is a social justice campaign, and it's in Sacramento County. And Rachel is going to introduce.
Thanks. This organization is an art and cultural collective of artists and organizational partners throughout Sacramento County that provides spaces and community events. And their proposed campaign is a Sound Off for Social Justice, which is a media outreach and community engagement program that evokes social justice awareness for change. So some of the notes I had here, they had a huge variety of events and activities that they plan on conducting throughout the year, bringing in a lot of partners, and they do have really good cross-sector collaboration. So I think that they have like a strong concept. And they do have 19 artists they plan on employing, all from marginalized communities. So I think that was really well. The one where it was a little hard was just that because they have so many events and activities, it was really hard and kind of understanding if it would really be feasible to be able to complete all of this within the year. And I would have liked if they would have, they identified 2 of the main artists, which I think are really great for the project and have diverse background, but didn't mention how they would recruit the additional artists onto the project. So I would have liked to see a little bit more. As far as the community engagement piece, they do kind of talk about different ways that they plan to engage, highly mostly through social media, but through other promotional outreach to get individuals to attend these different events they plan on having. And all the events do have some sort or focus on social justice issues, which I appreciated. So they really kept through consistently through their communication campaign. I would have liked to see a little bit more about how they plan on getting community members to these events. I think they're maybe using some of their natural base of constituents that typically are familiar with the organization, but in order to really grow a wider audience and reach, I would have liked to see a little bit more strategies of how they would have brought people or have them participate more fully in the events. But I do really appreciate the sensitivity of really wanting to focus around the theme of social justice, particularly around communities of color. So I think if they were to maybe scale down some of their activities and to kind of look a little bit more at their outreach and engagement, I think it could be a pretty strong proposal.
Agree, Rachel, with all your comments. It's like the proposals laid a really great ground for a really interesting and compelling project. I did just want to see more specifics. It felt a little too general at times in the proposal, and wanted to see more robust partnerships, see specific outreach methods, because it was just a very big list. And so it was like, I just wanted the project to get more narrowed down and more focused so we can to ensure success on it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we're going to move to the next application. Application number 39. This is the Developmental Disabilities Service Organization, DDSO. The focus area is conservation, climate mitigation, and the counties listed were all the counties: Alpine, Yolo, El Dorado, Sacramento, and Solano counties. And NJ is going to introduce this one.
Thank you, and I apologize if you hear some mews. That's my cat who decided to join on the panel. This project, I'm going to try to be as rational as possible. I'm saying that because my emotions were, awakened, and I'm referring to how happy reading the project made me. So they centering, community members dealing with various types of disability. So we're talking about blind and low vision, deaf and hard of hearing, as well as, persons with cognitive and delayed challenges, community members on the autism spectrum. So they're focusing on climate-related emergency preparedness. They're offering to do that using, theater as a medium. And I mentioned the different groups of, when it comes to impairment. So the way they have it designed is that for each group, for example, there's going to be blind and low vision actor. who are going to work on a project with appropriate community members. We're talking about Sacramento County Office Emergency Services, the SMUD, Sacramento Regional Transit, and more. So they're going to create a small, like a skit, right, to present to the community, and they will cater specifically to the community that has the disability or so. So the beauty of that is that every segment that they will produce will be perfectly tailored to the community they're catering to. So I really applaud them for that. I think that they did so much research. In my opinion, they have covered all of their bases in terms of ensuring the accuracy of the messaging, best practices also in the delivery of what they're offering. The only feedback that I will offer is maybe to be a little bit more obvious when it comes to getting community input on the proposed deliverable. There might be some additional topics that will emerge from what the community is telling them in terms of what they need and resources. And this is just a very light suggestion because, again, they've been working for such a long time with their community that they will know about. So I will just, again, stress and encourage stronger or more visible community input. And that's all I have to share on the topic. Oh, one last thing for the applicant. This project, in my opinion, that type of project is very rare in terms of the stakeholders and the actors, the people at the center of it. They are serving several counties, and reasonably so. But once again, if this grant is offered in another cycle, like next year or so, I will encourage them to submit 2 applications, one for the $117,000, but also one for the $300K, because they do serve quite a large base. And I think that would be worth giving it a try. Thank you. And my second lead on that is Kimberly. You have the floor.
Well, you nailed it. Thank you. I have nothing to add. She covered all the points I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this application?
I'll just say that I think for me personally, this gave me pause as I was reading this application to really consider, as climate related events, weather events, emergency events happening, it's how are all of organizations that are involved engaging with our customers, right, and our communities in various communication modalities that are connecting with the communities where they are. And so I'll just echo NJ's remarks that I was really impressed with the level of engagement that was offered into this application in unique ways to continue to support these communities.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to number 40. This application is Amend the Mass Media Group. The focus area is social justice. It's a Sacramento-based project, and Jason's going to introduce this project.
Great, thanks so much. Amend the Mass Media identifies their core audience and constituency as African Americans descended from persons enslaved in the United States. This organization has been engaged in California Reparations Task Force work, and they serve as the official digital marketing arm for Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, or CJEC. This particular campaign includes community screenings and submissions to increase their impact in a multitude of distribution platforms, including radio, online, social media, marketing, and print newspaper sources, with an ultimate goal to raise awareness about the history of housing harms experienced in the disenfranchised Del Paso Heights community. And they also want to provide a platform for discovering solutions to these persistent issues. I had some questions around the strategies involved. I did find the project budget a missed opportunity to articulate in the project design how they may go about this, how the timeline might support their infusion into different sectors of the Del Paso Heights area. They identify 70 participants who would receive direct support, perhaps a small discrepancy on the application form, which indicates 68 individuals. And the majority of those individuals, it appears to come from the strength of the projected offering, which is a film project. So I was a little thrown. I wanted to learn more about the identified public art activity as evidenced in the narrative. However, the bulk of the request on the budget form, it appears to be for the production of a film. So in addition to that, I would have liked additional information regarding the recruitment and selection process for additional project artists. Although I would note that the line items for these positions are provided on the project budget. I do appreciate their intent to provide a platform for discovering solutions to this issue, but I wanted to know more about how either the film screenings or these arts events would crystallize this potential impact. The project appears relevant to the community's understanding of gentrification, redlining, white flight, urban renewal, and decay that is prevalent in this area. And they have partnerships that indicate past experience with organizations supporting these communities, in addition to the one noted earlier, Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, Africa House Sacramento, which supports individuals from the African diaspora facing health challenges, as well as API communities and BIPOC communities.
Okay, thank you. Shiloh, anything you want to add?
Just great summary, Jason. I think I'll just add as I was looking at community input, being a central piece of this effort, saw that there was a comprehensive community listening session. Would like to understand more about just relationship with, with the neighborhood and maybe what other organizations they might lean on to recruit and engage individuals in the community into, if it was a single community listening session or possibly, more to really inform the themes and messaging in the documentary and film.
Great, thank you. Additional comments? Okay, final scores on that one. And we're moving to application number 41, Justice to Jobs Coalition. This is a social justice campaign in Sacramento County, and Mallory will introduce it.
Oh, that would be me, Kimberly. Justice to Jobs is a rising coalition of criminal legal analysts and advocates pursuing racial and economic justice. The project builds community power and healing among Black women and girls through a public education engagement campaign, culminating in an exhibit showcasing multimedia art, forms related to marginalization and associated harms of Black girlhood. The project documents the lived experiences of Black women and girls through oral history, video, photography, and other conventional abstract, physical, and performing arts to be developed over several months. The campaign begins with engaging authentic voices in geographically based story circles to learn and document oral histories. The exhibit will tell stories of selected participants through documentary and short and other art forms. The goal is to engage at least 30 artists and integrate artists in the social healing and documenting process. So the budget for this project is really geared towards the planning, coordination, and execution of this, focused within disadvantaged communities in Sacramento. It has a very clear project timeline and tasks that were very easy to read. Appreciate that. A large number of artists are employed on this. And I'll open up to Jason to add.
Nope, I think it's. So yeah, that's Jason, sorry.
Justice to jobs, I could add, am I up?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
It's 41.
Yeah. Yeah, I did appreciate the strong partnerships with Greater Sacramento NAACP and Foster Hope Sacramento in particular. I think this may be one of the only applications, if the only one, to indicate past experience with foster youth community. I appreciate their work with Decarcerate Sacramento and the art exhibition that was mounted at the Birch Center for the Arts. That is some indication of cross-sector partnership. I had a lot of positive feelings about this application. Just appreciated the thorough, comprehensive budget. I really appreciate the oral history approach. That said, I would have liked to know just a little bit more about the specific framework or the strategy being implemented. I do note that their creative director on staff does have or has indicated some experience in their bio, but again, would have liked a little bit more about the utilization of their oral history component as it was central to the project design. Let's see.
Okay.
I guess one last thought. So I did appreciate the broad kind of background collectively with the lead personnel, performing arts, health, oral history, policy development. It does indicate an ability to support cross-sector approaches, even if the kind of longevity of that experience is not decades back. But it gave me confidence that they would approach their programming in such a manner.
Thank you. NJ.
Yes, thank you, Melissa. So first I want to commend the applicants because I believe they're offering a critical service to a very vulnerable community, and also criminal justice resources are not that easy to have access to. So I'm very grateful for the work they do. The only thing that I missed a little bit, like I wish I had seen in the application, is a clear call for action. So it is wonderful that they are giving the young Black girls the opportunity to share the stories. It's empowering. It's going to be informative. They stated that one of the goals is to reach authorities, elected officials, policymakers, in order to make an impact. So what I will invite, and again, they are the one who will make the final decision, but if they have already identified a draft or a piece of legislation that will help alleviate the plight of what these young girls are going through, I think that will be a good cross-sector opportunity here in just whether it's being addressed as resources. The reason I'm sharing that again is because with the work they're doing, people will wonder how can I help, and so on. So again, that will activate the civic engagement part of the work. And then the very last thing, it's the same thing I have shared already before. It's just in terms of resources, if there's going to be resources available, some of the people in the audience might be going through what they shared, so that would be a great opportunity. Very last thing, because I don't remember seeing that in the project, and if it's there, I apologize, but I was wondering if there will be online access. Also, I would think so, but then I hope that if it's also shared online, that resources will be mentioned. I think this is a fantastic project. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we'll move down to application number 42, which is the Latino Center of Art and Culture. This is a social justice campaign, and it is focused in Sacramento and Yolo counties. And Mallory.
Yep. So lead applicant was Latino Center of Arts and Culture. Melissa mentioned Sacramento and Yolo counties. The project is called City of Altars, which is a series of altars that will be led by lead artists. The community helps to make these altars. There are workshops and listening sessions. There's also a documentary film. I was really excited by the very brief mentions of the artists who would be involved, but I did not get full bios from them. So I was so excited and then a little bit let down by not getting further information about them. I really appreciated the mixture of artistic and cultural elements in this proposal. I think it's kind of stands out to me as one that really leaned into culture and the celebration of culture a lot. I wanted to see more cross-sector partnership. It was an arts organization that applied and the partners were artists, and that's not cross-sector to me. Might have been multimedia, but not cross-sector. So wanted to see more there with the cross-sector opportunities. I thought the community engagement process was strong. I would also like to have seen so this part of the focus area of the altars and the conversations that would be happening were proposed to be around health issues. And if that is the case, I think the health partner would have been appropriate for this. And I think that also makes it challenging to understand how some of that information would be gathered and vetted, and to make clear what kind of impact it could have on public health. That was also still wanting for me.
Thank you. NJ.
Yes, this is a very unique project, as my colleague said, very exciting. I would like to just again invite the applicant, when it comes to the civic engagement connections to the altars, because they mentioned some of the issues that the community members whose life challenges they will be highlighting, where they mentioned voting right access, climate change, sexual domestic violence, racism, and so on. So I was wondering if at the altars, those topics will be highlighted in some ways, as we're honoring those who departed, will the challenges that they faced also be mentioned? And if the answer to that is yes, and again, I'm just making this suggestion based on what they wrote. If the answer is yes, then some question that you've heard me ask before, resources, right? Because in that moment, in what they will be doing, will be honoring those who departed, but some of those also who will be present might be struggling with some of the issues that are about. So another opportunity here to partner with a relevant organization that will fill that gap. Otherwise, I think it's a strong application. Thank you.
Yeah. Any additional comments on this application? Okay, we are ready to move on to application number 43, which is the FEA, I hope I'm saying that correctly, Nature Center. It is a climate-focused project in Sacramento County. And Rachel is introducing it.
Thank you. I'm going to use the acronym EYNC just for ease of the discussion. So this organization provides access to a free museum hall and numerous trails on the center's Acre Nature Preserve along the banks of the American River. And the center offers educational programming, spaces for community events, and opportunities for children, and place for families to connect and explore. Mission to the center is free and ensures equal access to all. They typically serve school children enrolled in K-12 schools in Sacramento County. And this project will focus on water conservation, climate mitigation, emergency preparedness and prevention, And so most of their focus activity is developing a calendar of field trips and events where artists will engage with the youth. And so they are planning on employing 10 artists, 8 of which they've already identified. And even though they have marked that they come from marginalized communities, are Indigenous artisans, I would have liked to see a little bit more artists participating in the project. The other area that I would have liked to see a little bit more was cross-sector partnerships. There was none provided in the application. They did not also address how community input would be included or provide a description for promoting the opportunity to communities. So overall, I think the project concept was really strong as far as, this is an organization that has a lot of potential to engage artists in the community and offer this kind of interception for using art strategies to communicate the focus area of climate change and environmental health. However, it feels like they were just more or less already kind of using the tool they have now with engaging with the youth in the schools and not just hiring these artists to provide some of that engagement. I think would have really strengthened this proposal for me is if they would have maybe reached out to some other organizations for cross-sector work to be able to really engage the community, to really increase audience to come and to participate in these events that they're proposing on having, and also really measuring kind of the impact that these artists are having in this interaction and collaboration, not just with the youth, but also with the families and the other attendees that usually come to this organization. So I think if they just would have strengthened some areas of the application to really kind of think through how to have better engagement, it would have strengthened the proposal.
Agree, Rachel. Yeah, there was no clear evidence of the cross-sector work that they plan to do. And, I appreciate them being a non-arts-based organization, but wanting to fund art into their existing program. I commend them for that. But it was just, I think it was kind of noted in the application that they didn't have enough time to kind of go in depth, which was just needed because it felt a little too high level and not enough information about the artists themselves and what kind of work they would be doing. I think I totally would love to see just that level of detail, because I think this type of work serves such a large population, a large visitor group and students, and so it would be an incredible exposure across the region, but really just unclear about what those art forms are in particular.
Any additional comments on this application? Okay, we are ready to move to the next one, number 44, which is the Library of Musiclandria. It is a social justice application for Sacramento and Yolo counties. And Rachel again is introducing.
Yeah, so this organization, really unique in their mission. They empower communities through music by providing access to music education, instruments, and performance opportunities to individuals of all ages and backgrounds in these communities. They have 2 main programs that they work in. It's a musical instrument lending program and then professional development for artists. And their project is really conducting cross-sector work by hosting 7 music festivals and providing 7 bands with musician residencies. So I definitely want to commend this organization. One of the things that really stuck out was the budget. 100% of the budget was going to the artists. So that was, incredible to see. And they demonstrated a really deep commitment to engaging with a significant number of artists to the project, as well as obviously compensating them very fairly. Some areas where this application fell short, and I think that would have been strengthened, is they did not include bios of the artists or how the artists that they have identified already for the project were selected. And then really just kind of putting in a little bit more detail in the sections of kind of the community impact, the project's connection to the social justice area. I think the goal here for this project was to really uplift musicians in the area and give them opportunity, which is extremely commendable and, you know, a really great kind of mission. But particularly for this grant, I think there just needed to be a little bit more connection. And, you know, having these festivals, how is this really impacting the community? How are you empowering them with these activities? The audience that, you know, are attending these, how are they also benefiting? So I think the idea was very commendable, and but it just needed a little bit more in these areas to really flesh out and design a really, you know, more impactful project for social justice and community engagement.
Thank you. Jason, anything to add to that?
Yeah, you know, it was good to see their staff expansion. A marketing staff member is looking to improve their efficacy. There was somewhat of an unclear response regarding their media outreach campaign. This, I think, was a question that was misconstrued a few times around how organizations would confirm campaign information accuracy. Perhaps, you know, improvement or policy discussion, because we've seen it a few times. But I don't think I have anything to add. Just very commendable, extremely impressive list of organizations that would receive residencies, very deep reach, and a commitment to quartile 1 populations for the proposed project. But just 2 main points of just having an unclear framework for connecting social justice and media and a media outreach or engagement campaign, and a lack of detail in some project planning areas.
Thank you. NJ.
Thank you. I second what Rachel and Jason said. The social justice aspect was not highlighted enough for me, and for me it came down to not having a cross-sector partner that, you know, whose social justice is actually a focus. So I will encourage them moving forward to make sure that they partner with social justice-based organizations and that they will pair those organizations with their artists. And I understand and I honor the fact that they don't want to censor the artists by telling them what to sing about, and they want to give them full creative freedom. Absolutely honor that. But one of the ways they could make the cross-sector collaboration work will be you know, to invite the artists to have at least one song and so on, something that is social justice based. The mini concerts, you know, during the mini concert, there could be a pop-up event with some organizations, again, tabling. So again, I'm just giving them ideas there to let them know there is a way and a path forward. And then the reason also I mentioned cross-sector partner, that is social justice centered, it's also so that there is a possibility for the message that's shared with the community to be vetted. Again, with the issues that we are highlighting or addressing, we want to make sure that it's not done in a way that could be triggering or harmful. We want it to be trauma-informed. So those are just some suggestions for the applicant. I am a fan of the concept of the fact that that library exists. And again, I commend them for the work they're already doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no other comments, we will move on to application number 45, which is Girls Rock Sacramento. This is a social justice campaign in Sacramento, and Kimberly is going to lead. Great.
So this project's focus is in Oak Park. Girls Rock Sacramento offers program primarily for female identified and non-binary youth between the ages of 5 and 17 to build self-esteem through music education and performance, collaboration, empowerment, and a supportive community of peers and mentors. The project supports their programming focused in Oak Park youth camps exclusively free to all. The attached budget allows for 3 youth camps to be conducted throughout the summer of 2024, reaching 90 Oak Park children ages 7 to 17 and employing at least 50 artists from marginalized communities, including female, LGBTQ plus, and BIPOC individuals within Sacramento. The budget allocates over 70% of funding towards artists and leaders, band coaches, performers, and camp directors and coordinators. Overall, this project has a large number of artists employed. Project just has a very clear focus and objectives. They're building on their working successful camps that they have else in other communities, which is great because they have a track record in terms of accessibility, making it free and eligible. Making access free is incredible. And overall, I rated this one pretty high. And I invite Rachel to comment as well.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the project concept. They're clearly expanding on the scope of work and programming that they've already have been doing pretty successfully the last several years. And I do like the high number of artists that are there and the youth and it being accessible as well. My only maybe feedback for what could have strengthened that application for me is kind of after the camp, the focus area is, social justice. And so I would have liked to see a little bit more of, to me was missing a little bit of call to action, when these youth go through this program and, they kind of learn and take these skill sets and have that healing, how do they go back into their communities to empower other community members, and how do they use that skill set and those activities to really bring more community impact. So I think overall, a wonderful proposal. I just would have liked to see it a little bit more connected to the priority focus and then having more of that long-term extended impact with the youth that are participating.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments on this application?
I echo the comments that have been made. My only addition is, while they have so many partners they've worked with in many ways, I would have liked to have seen them integrated more directly for communications and longer term outcomes, to Rachel's point.
Thank you. Okay, down to our last application of the day, number 46. And this is NorCal Resist. It's a social justice campaign in Sacramento County. And Jay's gonna take us home and introduce it.
Well, thank you. We are almost at the finish line. So this is a interesting application for me because so NorCal Resist, the strong suit is in social justice. And so what they're presenting in terms of cross-sector partner is integrating art on 2 special occasions during the year with a social justice component. So I need just, again, very quickly for context, and I believe this could be why, the organizers of the review panel, they brought also some locals. NorCal Resist is well known to activists in the Sacramento regions and poor communities because they cater to low income and very vulnerable communities, free diapers, break light reports, rent assistance, and so on. Legal clinics, mutual aid, and so on. So the reason I mentioned that is because on a weekly basis, they have like a reach to the tune of thousands, and it's mostly documented on social media platforms. But I'm covering that to highlight the expertise here. Now, down to the program and the proposal, they are suggesting to have 2 events. So one is going to be a community art day that will, where they will partner with various local artists to design a social justice message that will be on the entire block of a street. So they something also to bring to your attention when it comes to the budget, they did allocate the majority of the budget toward the artists. So that's where the money, the bulk of the money will go. They're coordinating that with multiple local nonprofits and justice-oriented organizations, and each organization will take on 20-foot letter in partnership with the artists. The second event that they're offering to organize is a music festival. They're calling it Razas y Rolas, and forgive my accent. So they want to use the power of music to resist oppression and build multi-ethnic, multiracial, multi-generational solidarity to advance a more healthy and just community in Sacramento. So the first event, Community Art Day, last year they had about 800 attendees. The music event brought about 300 people, and they were also vendors and food. And both events are free to the community, mostly center local Latino artists, and so on. So I personally think that using art, to deliver and center social justice services is I think a welcome platform. It's obviously different from a workshop and so on, but there is no but. What I would suggest is, let's see, something that I didn't see in the budget, and that is just a detail. So the events are going to happen at specific locations, meaning not at their headquarters. I did not see the mention of insurance. It is possible that they already have an insurance because they do lots of pop-ups activities over town, but I just think that it would have been nice to mention that so we don't have to wonder. And then when it comes to cross sectors, they mentioned that there will be some social justice-based organizations, but it would have been helpful to so that we are provided just with some names, because social justice is a very broad term. So I was wondering what are some of the areas that will be addressed or covered. And because of the populations that they're serving, and I was wondering, and then also the content of the social justice messaging on those art days and music festival, I was wondering if they thought about adding an organization that will provide mental health resources. I think that will be complementary to what they're aiming. Anyway, so I added all of that in my feedback to them, and I think this is about all that I have so far. I also invited them. They already have quite a reach when it comes to the community. They have a very wide mailing list, database, social media following. So again, I just encourage them to continue to make this process as community-driven as possible from the start in terms of what is the social media justice messaging that the community would like to see and have access to on that day. And of course, complementary resources on that. And this concludes my segment on this. And Jason, I am passing the baton to you. Take us home.
Angie, that was great. I have really not much to add. I did appreciate this was the only application that has a history of serving asylum seekers, I believe. I could be wrong, but at any rate, it is good to see that they are specifically calling that out, and then also intersectionally queer, trans, LGBTQI, and immigrant populations. My biggest challenge was that while I saw on the one hand just this huge asset to the community in terms of all of the social justice impact work that they're doing directly with this collective, with this leadership group, I wanted to know in their plan how community would be engaged at the onset or at the top end in the program design, not simply in the outreach for the awareness around these community events. So I think that that's all I have to add, and Jay pretty much touched on my thoughts as well.
Thank you. Does anybody have an additional comment they'd like to make? Mallory?
Maybe this has already been said, but I'll just emphasize it again, that so much of the budget was going to artists, which is great, but I just didn't know what the artists would really be doing. In the question, describe the proposed media outreach or engagement campaign. How would the chosen art form be used to strengthen the campaign? The majority of what was shared was just things from the past. And I think that was a missed opportunity to really paint the picture of what the proposal is and what exactly the artists will be doing, because of course, you know, artists are really at the center of executing these projects.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, you can all just finalize your scores, take a look, make sure everything is submitted. I want to thank the guests who have come today. This is going to conclude our panel deliberation. I hope you were able to, you know, learn a lot, not only about your application, but how the panel reviewed all the applications. I just think it's a really valuable process. And I think there were just some useful, wonderful comments that were made today. So I thank you for that. We are not announcing